call to begin our meeting. Okay, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Gilbert Town Council, August 25th, 2020. Our pledge this evening will be led by Councilmember Taylor.
If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Thank you. Our invocation this evening will be by Pastor Shay Ferguson. Shay, are you here? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your leadership and allowing us to be here and all that you do for our community. Let's pray. Jesus, we thank you so much for the blessing of coming together and making plans and directing things here in the community. I pray for our mayor, our city council, Lord, that you would give them wisdom. Proverbs teaches us that we make their plans, but you direct our steps. Lord, I pray that you would direct their steps tonight as they make decisions and make plans and moving things forward. May you give them wisdom and discernment in their leadership in our community here. Lord, we lift up our first responders. May you continue to watch over them, protect them as they serve our community. May you watch over our health, our doctors and nurses as they serve endless hours throughout this pandemic. And then our education system, may we continue to thrive in the midst of changes, Lord. And may you give unity in the midst of our community as well. Lord, we love you and we pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. A roll call.
Mayor Scott Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Young Kaprowski. Here. Councilmember Scott September.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Spence.
Here.
Councilmember Jared Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Kathy Tilkey. Councilmember Amy Yenthes.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. Under presentations and proclamations tonight, we had a couple of items. One was recognition of the vice mayor and also nomination and possible selection of a vice mayor to take my spot. I'd like some discussion from the council. I personally think that with all the items we have on the agenda tonight, this might be appropriate to do this at another date. Is there any other discussion from the council? Can we move these to, are you good with September 1st, which would be next week, or?
Mayor Anderson, my recommendation would be to postpone to the meeting following September 9th.
I don't think we have a meeting then. The 15th?
15th.
September 1st to move 1A and 1B.
Or September 15th is another option, whatever you believe.
Good. I'm good with the first. Do you want a motion for that?
Councilmember Yenthes?
I would be comfortable with postponing 1A, but I see no need to postpone 1B, and I would make a motion to nominate Councilman Taylor as vice mayor.
Second? I think that dies for lack of a second right now. Okay. Any further discussion?
Mayor, was there a second? I didn't hear.
No, there wasn't.
Mayor, we have a meeting on the 1st. Are you okay if I move it to that date certain?
Both 1A and B.
Yep.
I'm good
Move
with
to
that.
continue items 1A, 1B to September 1st,
Second.
2020.
Been moved and
Mayor.
second to move to September 1st, items 1A and 1B. All in favor, please vote. That motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Communications from citizens. I'm not aware of any communications. Valerie, are you aware of any? No.
Let me double check. Give me one moment. I apologize. Mayor Anderson, it does look like we have a request to speak from Rick Blazier.
Is he online or is he present?
Looks like he is online, I believe.
Rick, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Rick. Go ahead. You have, please state your name and your city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Richard Blazier. City of residence is Gilbert. Again, Mayor and Town Council, I'm happy to be speaking with you today, and thank you for having me. Not necessarily happy because the right things have been done, but because more and more citizens of Gilbert are starting to notice the negligent residential overbuilding that is occurring in the southern sections of Gilbert. In the past 2 years, there have been approval for 500 homes off of Val Vista and Chandler Heights, 118 homes off of Higley and Riggs, 10,000 mixed family units off of Williamsfield between Higley and Power, and many more units off of Greenfield and Germain. The town council did a great job in pushing all of these items through so fast that before the first one started to be built, all the others were approved. That way, if citizens didn't like what was going to be happening or things they wanted to make changes, it was already too late. The citizens of Gilbert are now noticing and are not happy. I will continue to let them know which of you approved all of these projects and voted in favor. I have also discovered there is one council member that actually does care and will listen to citizens' concerns. She has even followed up and wanted to truly understand the issues that citizens are concerned about. And although she's one of the newest members on the council, the rest of you, I think, can learn a lot from her. It was an eye-opening experience for me to learn from some of the most senior council members that they not only knew about, but helped produce the Santan Valley Corridor Plan. The reason that this is eye-opening is that that council member had no idea on how this plan should be developed. This is what is truly wrong with politics today and why career politicians are being replaced with new faces. I'm going to end with this. Stop approving residential building. Stop hiding behind property owners' rights. If somebody buys a commercial property, then that's what they get, a commercial property. If a developer buys a commercial property, then it needs to stay commercial. I want to let the town council know that citizens of Gilbert are taking notice of the irresponsible residential approvals and are looking for accountability. And the buck stops with every single one of you sitting here tonight. Thank you very much for listening to what I had to say, and I hope you take my comments seriously. Have a great night.
Thank you, Rick. We have one other request to speak. Doralise, you would state your name, city of residence, and you have 3 minutes. Doralise.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson and council members. My name is Doralise Machado-Liddell. I'm a Gilbert resident and a Heritage District residential property owner. I'm here regarding my property rights that are under attack via the Heritage District design guidelines. The town is proposing to take 3 feet of my property adjacent to the alley for the necessary placement of lighting in the alley. On July 13th, planner Amy Timms explained that the reason for the 3-foot setback was due to rear-facing garages and the need for an apron. On July 15th, during the Redevelopment Commission study session, Amanda Elliott noted that the street cross-section, that is the 3-foot buffer apron, is on private property, my property, as a safety setback. On July 20th, Planner Tim stated that they're removing the 3-foot dimensions and removing light poles as depicted. But on July 29th, 9 days later, during the technical committee, the town stated that they were removing the lighting on the depiction because lighting would require an easement. However, Amanda Elliott stated that they would be keeping the bullet, stating, "What this is, we want this to be a safe, walkable environment for pedestrians, and lighting it will be critical as this continues to build out." Once again, trying to incorporate lighting back into the guidelines by a text statement. A little bit sneaky. Build out. The neighborhood is over 100 years old. I think it's at build out, with the exception of a few vacant lots. On July 30th, there was a stakeholder meeting, and easements were not addressed. Questions. Why are pedestrians walking in alleys at night when they can walk on a sidewalk? Property owners are required to have lighting by code. The alley has not had lighting for over 100 years. People are not allowed to enter parks after 10 p.m. in my neighborhood, and the pathways are not lit. This is another form of government overreach. I do not want the town of Gilbert to be my homeowners association. Veterans Park. Now the town has proposed a 1 to 2 story building in Veterans Park, our neighborhood park. The town is justifying this commercial building because of the need of a public restroom. A restroom is needed in all downtown public parks. In May of 2020, Amanda Elliott directed staff to replot Veterans Park. This would allow the town to sell a portion of the park to a developer. This introduction of a commercial development to the neighborhood park, Veterans Park, is not consistent and does not conform to the general plan and redevelopment plan. Ask yourself why. Why would the town consider selling a portion of a neighborhood park, Veterans Park? Why would the town sell a portion of the neighborhood park that is located in the second oldest neighborhood and home of some of the poorest residents in Gilbert? In closing, I hope the town council will stop the lack of transparency that exists in our government and protect all property rights and preserve our neighborhood livability. I ask the town council to protect our suburban way of life. And I think it's appropriate for me to go after the developer who just spoke, because we are residential property owners and we have rights too. And public institutional land is owned by the town, not the developers. And I thank you for taking your time and for your service.
Thank you, Dorlise. That concludes the communications from citizens. No more. Move on to the consent agenda. I do know that we want to pull items 1, 8, and 9. Are there any other items the council would like to pull? And I believe that Councilmember Spence, you want to add to the consent calendar.
I'd like to add item 17 on the administrative items through the consent agenda. Appointment of Holly Petulski as the new Parks and Recreation Board member to fulfill the term starting August 25th, 2020 and ending May 12th of 2021. Additionally, Mayor, I'd like to pull item 2 alpha. Citing potential conflict.
We'll vote on that one separately. I'll move approval of items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, and 17.
Mayor, would you like to add 4A on that? Also part of consent?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. All in favor, please vote. motion passes 7-0. Item 2A. Risk management, consider adoption of a resolution authorizing the town to defend and indemnify Town Clerk Lisa Maxwell and Councilmember Bill Spence for and against all expenses, including attorney's fees and judgments, fines, and amounts paid in settlement actually and reasonably incurred in connection with litigation entitled Hendricks versus Town of Gilbert, et cetera. Councilmember Spence, you mentioned you wanted to recuse yourself in this case.
Yes, Mayor.
Is there other discussion by the council on this? Councilmember Taylor?
Yeah, Mayor, you know, it's a little bit odd that we have this. I appreciate the town attorney finding some compliance that we need to have, and that's important. I asked him, and if it's okay with you, to bring forward a categorical indemnification for town staff and council so we don't have to deal with one-off cases like that. There'll be some exceptions that are appropriate for things like ethical issues or crime, you know, things that are clearly outside of normal and regular indemnification clauses. You know, and it's a second layer. Our insurance policy already covers it at a category level. It's pretty standard for board and director coverage for governments and businesses to have. But I don't know if Chris wants to add anything, but it sounds like that would be more appropriate than to deal with this on a one-off basis, because we see litigation all the time. Sometime we're named, sometime we're not. And it gets messy when it's a point thing, so a blanket indemnification is probably more appropriate.
Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Mayor Anderson and council members, we had a conversation with Councilmember Taylor earlier today, and I agree a better solution to indemnification of town employees, officers, board members would to have a general blanket indemnification. It's what most other cities do, rather than making whether or not you're going to indemnify an employee subject to a political decision by the council. It should just be standard with the exceptions for misconduct, for ethical violations. That's how most cities handle it. Our code is the original code from 1984 and has never been updated, and that's why it has the council determination requirement. But I do also support that. I think that would be a good change in the code.
Oh, I didn't have it on. Thank you. I'm looking for a motion on item 2A.
Hey, Mayor, if I could just ask one more question for clarification to Chris.
Sure.
Does this mean if either Lisa or Councilman Spence was to go hire their own attorney personally, would those costs be reimbursed by the taxpayer after this is concluded, after the courts have decided?
Yeah, Mayor, council members, the answer is yes. And in this scenario, there is a second law firm. There are two law firms involved, one representing the town and Lisa Maxwell, and one representing the council member. We engaged two law firms because of potential conflicts that could arise with multiple defendants, and we thought that's best to do so. Both law firms are firms that are under contract or had been under contract with the town prior to this.
One more clarification, and maybe this is a question for the rest of the council members. What's the protection for the taxpayers should, council member decide to go hire a silk stocking law firm and incur maybe more than what was reasonable cost for attorney fees?
Great question. That may be something we can build into a new ordinance change. In this scenario, both law firms had been previously engaged by the town under contract, but that's a great point. Maybe something we can build into the revised ordinance to ensure that the town has some type of approval over the selection of the firm.
Any further discussion? Motion?
Mayor, I move to approve item 2A.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. He recused himself. That motion passes 5-1 with one abstention. What I'd like to do tonight, since we know that quite a bit of our discussion tonight will be on items 1, 8, and 9 together and collectively, I'd like to finish up with other items on the agenda, so if we have people that are waiting for other items on the agenda, we can clear those out now before we get to the discussion. There are a couple of items. There's a zoning case, item 13. I believe I've been noticed that items 13 and 14 were actually noticed to be heard at 6:30, so we can't hear those until 6:30. But we can go forward with administrative item 15 with a presentation from the staff on budget impact. Is Kelly here? There's Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you tonight. I think the PowerPoint is just hopping up. So as you remember, when we talked about the budget and with COVID, we said that we would do a check-in in August to see what the data looks like and what we're seeing in this local area. And so what we're going to talk about tonight is some of the data that we're seeing. Obviously, all of the communities across the United States are experiencing different things with COVID and are being impacted more or less in their own local areas. And so we're going to start and look at what's happening in Gilbert. So we looked at some unemployment data of what's happening here. And this is sourced from the Arizona Commerce Authority, from an article in the local paper. You can see that prior to COVID, we had in the 3% unemployment range. And then it spiked up to 11%, down to 7%, and then to 8%. When you talk to economists, typical unemployment that they like to see or that they say is indicative of a healthy economy is in the 4.5% to 5% range. So Gilbert was probably almost too low on unemployment statistically prior to COVID. We bounced higher and then have kind of come back down. So we definitely are higher than we would like to see, but not as high as we see in some of the other places around the United States right now. One of the other areas that we look at is our property tax. And are people paying the property taxes or are they forgoing that in order to pay other bills or other needs? So we've got on here 3 years of data. The blue line is a comparison to what our total levy was versus the collections. And you can see that we have nearly 100% collections for the prior 2 years. And then in fiscal 20 that just closed, we were closer to 99%. So it's about $300,000 that wasn't collected that would be remain to collect in a future year. Not alarming, but definitely something to keep our eye on, that there is some sign of stress in our local economy, even though it's not a high amount at this point, or indicative on the property tax. The next one we want to look at is our utility payments. So on the chart on the left, you can see the blue line shows the total number of customers who are eligible for shutoff, and the shading in the background shows you the total dollar amounts that are outstanding. And this is from May to August, just last week. Fairly stable, the dollar amount inclining over that beginning period, but a stable number of customers. Then there was an increase. We've started to see a decrease in the number of customers and dollar amounts. Our utility billing staff, Leslie and her team, have just been doing a tremendous job of reaching out, talking with customers who are behind, encouraging them to get current on their bills, and also letting them know of the partners that we have in the community who are available for utility assistance if they're able to reach out or want to reach out to those different opportunities. What we don't know from this is how people are paying their bills. We don't know if it's from their own resources or if they have another third-party group who is helping them with assistance. We just know that overall, most of the utility bills are getting paid. So for some context, since March, the town has not done shutoffs for delinquent accounts. And there are about 1,000 accounts that are currently delinquent and eligible for shutoff. over the period of time last year, so prior to COVID, between April and August, there were 1,500 accounts that were shut off during that period of time. So you can see that we're in somewhat the same range that we have been in the past, but definitely a hardship or a struggle for those 1,000 households that are delinquent at this time. Also, for comparison, you can see we're about $250,000 of outstanding utility bills. If we compare that to 1 month's revenue for all of the utilities that are that we bill for, it's about 3% of the total of 1 month's revenue. So again, a smaller percent of the town's total revenue. Not really alarming, but definitely something to keep our eye on and continue to watch how that impacts our community. When we adopted the budget, this is a slide where we talked about doing some check-ins at different points along the way to see what the data tells us. Our budget was adopted with preparation to be able to respond to different economic data that comes in with large and medium impact scenarios already lined out. So we have those large and medium impact items on hold. We're not spending them until we're comfortable with that. And this is a lot of the check-in that we're doing right now. Those different trigger points were based off of sales tax data in our general fund. So we're going to check in with sales tax right here. The budget for the total year was $97 million. The total collections for the year were $107.5 million, so just under $108 million. There on the right-hand side, you'll see the comparison with the blue, which are the same months last year, versus the pink lines, which are what we experienced for those last 5 months of fiscal 20. Prior to COVID, we had 6% and 2% increases over prior year. Then there was definitely an impact as we had a negative 1%. And then actually there's been a huge recovery in what we've seen in our sales tax with a 7% and then a 9% increase over same months last year. So definitely our citizens are doing a fabulous job of working to spend that money locally, both through growth and through that. Now, that's not to say that there aren't businesses that aren't hurting. There are different sectors of the business community that may or may not be having a different level of customer participation in their businesses. But overall, we're seeing a health of economic activity in our local area. So what we want to do is take that data and look at what does that mean for some projections. So on this graph, the two gray shades are the actual data for fiscal 19 and fiscal 20, and that's to help give us some perspective. We're going to look at a green line and then the pink line for two different scenarios, both of them conservative, but just ways to help frame what are some bookends that we might kind of look at or expect for next year. So in the actual data, the first half of the year, it shows from between fiscal 19 and fiscal 20, there was 11% growth. And the second half of the year, there was 5% growth. And that was during COVID. So that's the detailed graph that we looked at just before this. In the green projection, I want to keep it a really conservative projection and make sure that we feel comfortable that this is a real possibility for what we would see in our sales tax revenues in this upcoming or current fiscal year. So for this projection, we looked at 0% growth for the first half of the year. That would be a 5% decline from what we're actually seeing now. So it would be recognizing that there may be some additional slumping in the economy or difficulty in the fall, and just projecting 0% growth instead of 5%. The Christmas sales from the prior year, the December sales reported in January, were just tremendous. Last year, it was a 20% increase over fiscal 19. I wouldn't expect to see that again. And so in this projection, we've actually done a 10% decline to recognize that that was really a tremendous year. And you can see the green line down below the gray in the middle. And then for that final part, the second half of the year, projecting, I believe, a 3% growth. Sorry, I have to do from memory. 3% growth, and so still not as good as what we're seeing now, but recognizing hopefully at some time next year we start to work out of this and see a little bit better. And then on the worst case scenario, looking at a 10% decline. That's a 15% difference from where we currently are. 25% decline on the Christmas sales, which would put us below what we've seen in the past 2 years. And then a 5% decline for the remaining year. So a little bit of improvement, but still a decline over what we've currently seen. The numbers, when we put all of that together, is that we had actual of $99 million in fiscal 19, actual of 108. The green scenario with the assumptions that we just talked through would actually put us at 108 million again for next year. And then the worst case scenario would put us around 98 million with those really conservative projections on sales tax. So what does that mean with our different triggers? If we look at this kind of thermometer, our large impact is sales tax between 85 to 88 million, which that's when we would need the large impact items. Medium would be 88 to 90, and then our base budget is really built to handle anything 90 or above. With the actual dollar amount that we have in the budget, 97 million, our worst case scenario looks like we would be around 98. Probably more likely, we would be in the $108 million range. So well into what our budget was built to cover, even with the base scenario when everything turned on. Because we know sales tax isn't the only part of our budget, want to do just a quick check-in with some of our other major revenue sources. This is our state shared sales tax. We had about $25.5 million of actual revenue from last fiscal year. Our budget for fiscal 21 has $24 million in there, which is a decline of 7%. July's revenue has just been recorded, and it's actually an increase over prior year. So having this 7% decline in there is a really good conservative number. Hopefully it's still an increase over last year, but good wiggle room. For the state shared income tax, the actual revenue, we budgeted 36 because you'll remember that state shared income tax is based off of income tax from 2 years ago. We get 12 equal payments. We've gotten the first payment, which means multiply by 12, and we know what the money will be for this year, what the revenue will be, and it'll be about 36.3 million. So we're really good on that front as well. So that brings us to the recommendations. There has been a lot of stimulus and a lot of extraordinary efforts that have been put into the national economy and our local economy to help keep things moving. What we don't know is what the economy will look like after that money kind of settles out and we get back to some kind of a normal. What will that new balance look like? So we'd like some additional time this fall to be able to continue to watch the data and see if these good trends continue or if there is some additional slumping. What we would recommend is begin full use of that base budget outside of the medium and large impact items, continue to hold the medium and large impact items, and then monitor and check in again in October 13th at that meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions or give additional thoughts.
Thank you, Kelly. Questions for Kelly? Councilmember Taylor?
Kelly, thank you for that. That's some good information. I'll have some other follow-up on it, but let's talk about the what you touched on just at the end. You know, we had PPP, and then there's a lot of individual checks that were received, which are kind of artificially inflating both the unemployment number and then also the consumer spending, the sales tax, right? PPP is that artificial support on employment. All those people that are, well, the businesses that are getting PPP are passing that on to their employees, which is good. They still have wages coming in, but their businesses may or may not be operating at the same level. So there's sort of this shadow unemployment even within the businesses, right? They're paying workers to do things to stay busy. Some of those businesses still have plenty of work, others don't, because they're affected. Those are the ones that applied. So then you have the individual $600 a month, and who knows if that'll be. How do we take a look at that data, just knowing that maybe Congress will renew that. Maybe they'll renew another PPP. Who knows what that'll be. But how do we model that with regards to some of the things that you just shared?
A lot of it is we use our very best crystal ball, and we won't know until we're able to see what the actual spending is or what the data looks like. But that's part of the reason that in even the base scenario or the projection for sales tax, it included that 5% decline from what we're seeing now, is some wiggle room for that unknown of what might happen. And then that recognition on the December sales saying, I don't know that people are going to be as generous at Christmas or as ready to be spending money during that holiday time as they have been in the past. And so that's why we've looked at kind of bracketing that with some declines and some level revenues to see probably we're going to be in that $98 to $108 million range.
So do you feel that the worst-case scenario accommodates no more PPP or some version of that and no more individual checks?
Yes, when I looked at those scenarios, I used data from the 2008 recession kind of to look at that. A lot of the declines that we saw in the 2008 recession were based off of our construction sales tax, which has never fully recovered to that same level. So we won't see the decline in that area. But even the 15% that we have that first half of the year would have recovered well above what we saw in retail sales change during that period of time. And I know that's not an apples-to-apples comparison because there's different drivers, but that's our most recent economic turmoil that we can look to as kind of a gauge or a help.
Thank you, Kelly. Here, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
A quick one. Thanks for the checkpoint, Kelly. Have you guys been following any of the trends for consumer debt? You know, how many people out there are putting things on credit cards that I would assume would be kind of a lagging indicator that we'll find out later on, kind of the impacts of that. Is there any information you guys research on that?
We're looking at a lot of different indicators. That's not one that I have on the top of my head to share or talk to tonight.
Questions? Councilmember Tilke?
Kelly, in relationship to what Councilman Taylor mentioned, I think the unemployment benefit is an area that we're going to need to keep an eye on. Many of those businesses are getting PPP and the EIDL loans, but if they have to start laying people off because they don't have additional dollars coming in, I think some of these retail sales are going to be impacted whether or not there's unemployment benefits for those. So it might be one of those checkpoints for you.
Other questions? I had one question. I heard a presentation yesterday from Mayor Barney out in Queen Creek that they are $10 million short in their sales tax revenue. How come ours is doing so much better than other communities?
That surprises me. The last few months, Queen Creek has actually been ahead of prior year. They've had a lot of growth compared to a prior year, but I don't know how much increase they put into their budget. As you'll remember, when we budgeted the same amount that we actually received in the prior year, not really accounting for growth in what we were planning to spend, with the idea that we would wait until we actually see it and then spend it for one-time things that following year. That gives us a lot of time and ability to respond to economic changes because we haven't already budgeted or spent that money, which has been a great help and benefit to us in Gilbert over this last year.
Maybe he was confused. It might have been some other tax that he was thinking of. Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. Let's move to item 16, which is a discussion regarding the League of Arizona Cities and Towns proposed resolutions. This item is a short presentation and then discussion by the council where you can give input to me. I will be sitting on the resolutions committee at the league, and if we have any input to the resolutions that are passed, this is the time to take that input. We have a presentation from staff.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay? This is Rob.
Yes, we hear you, Rob.
Thank you. Good evening. It's nice to virtually join you this evening. I'm here for a quick presentation on the 2021 League of Arizona Cities and Towns proposed legislative resolutions. So the league resolutions each year are what is determined to be the legislative priorities of the organization and collectively the 91 Arizona cities and towns for the upcoming legislative session. So what happens is there is a vote of the mayors of each of those 91 cities and towns each year at the league annual conference. As you all know, this year the league annual conference is going to be a virtual meeting rather than an in-person session. But that resolutions committee will happen this Tuesday, September 1st, and Mayor Anderson will serve as Gilbert's representative on the resolutions committee. So this evening is really an opportunity for us to just go through what those resolutions are and for you to have a discussion and offer any feedback or questions related to any of the resolutions to help prepare Mayor Anderson moving forward for Tuesday. So just to kind of back up with what the process looks like. So early in the year, we all as member cities have the opportunity to propose ideas for municipal policy issues that could be determined by the organization to be legislative priorities or resolutions moving forward. Once those are proposed, several years ago, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns added a intermediary step to this process, and that was by creating policy subcommittees in different areas, which would hear each of those municipal proposals and determine whether they wanted to forward them on to the full resolutions committee for consideration as a resolution, or if there was an alternate method or maybe an administrative discussion with a state agency, something along those lines that might be better geared towards the issue than actually having it be a legislative priority. So that discussion happens among the policy committees. They vet out the issue, determine whether or not they want to forward that on to the full resolutions committee. The full resolutions committee, as we mentioned, meets in September, and if they vote affirmatively, then that issue does become a lead resolution for the upcoming legislative session. So just to go over the 5 policy committees that were created and remain. And especially thank each and every one of you for taking the time and making the dedication to serve on these committees as we'll go through here. So the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee, Councilmember Scott September served on that as Gilbert's representative. General Administration, Human Resources, and Elections, which we affectionately refer to as Gary. Councilmember Yentes served on that committee for Gilbert this year. Neighborhood Sustainability and Quality of Life. At the time, Vice Mayor Anderson, now Mayor Anderson, served on that committee representing Gilbert. Transportation, Infrastructure, and Public Works. We were represented by Councilmember Young Koprowski. And Public Safety, Military Affairs, and the Courts. We were represented by Councilmember Spence. So again, thank you for taking the time to do that this year. So as pretty much everything else this year with the COVID pandemic, it was a much lighter year as far as proposals than most have been. There was just 7 policy issues that were proposed by the various member cities and towns, and of those, 4 of them were then passed through their policy committee and recommended on to the resolutions committee for consideration on Tuesday. So you should have your full packet for the lead resolutions packet with your information that was distributed. That actually provides an overview of the conversations of all the committees and what came of the ones that were considered but didn't get forwarded along. But tonight we're just going to cover the 4 that did get through their various policy committees and will be considered on Tuesday as resolutions. And again, offer you the opportunity to have a discussion if you choose to do that. So the first of the 4 from the Business, Finance, and Economic Development Committee was legislation related to consular identification cards. So what these are, this is a form of identification when there's a foreign national living in the United States from abroad. They would issue these cards as a valid form of identification. So the benefit of that, which obviously some of these would have an economic impact, but it makes it easier for them as they reside here to establish things like bank accounts, driver's license. It does work as proof of identity for law enforcement issues, and then also potentially access for other services like utility hookups, things along those lines. There was legislation this past session that would have done basically what was proposed here by the city of Flagstaff. That was House Bill 2604. With the legislative session getting cut short, this bill didn't reach the finish line, but it had passed out of the House prior to the early end of the session. Our second of the four here, and the first from the Gary Committee, is legislation that would allow, when a city or town is develops an ordinance that establishes a penalty, fine, forfeiture, or some type of punishment. Currently, we are required to do three things. Currently, we need to put that notice in a newspaper of general circulation, and then in addition to that, post the item in at least 3 other public places. So this proposal that came out of the city of Goodyear instead would change that requirement, where a city or town would post it on our website. We would still publish it in a newspaper of local circulation, and then any additional posting or any additional manner on which we determine is reasonable. So this would still allow, if there is a city or town that would want to continue to post in 3 or more public places as they've established over the years, they would still be able to choose that because they're able to determine the most practical manner on their behalf. So it would still leave that. And then the other one that came out of that same committee, the Gary Committee, this one is related to issuing public notices in newspapers. So as you can see the first bullet point there, I won't read the whole thing, but what current statute says related to public notices in papers. So what happens in some cases, because of really the interpretation of that statute, there's certain cities like Buckeye, for example, ended up kind of forcing themselves or getting put in a position where they are forced to use a newspaper with really quite a bit higher publication fees and a lower circulation, but they're required to do it because of the fact that it's published within their jurisdiction. So this wouldn't have a specific impact on us here in Gilbert and in any current situation with the town, but obviously you can kind of see why it's an issue in some of those cities where it does pose a problem. So this statute would then allow those governing bodies like the city of Buckeye to use circulation of a newspaper that's widely publicized but still available throughout their entire boundaries. And then finally, from the Neighborhood Sustainability and Quality of Life Committee, we did have this one proposal that would establish a state affordable housing tax credit. So really what that would do would be to supplement the currently available federal low-income housing tax credit, which is a dollar for dollar tax credit for those investments that are affordable. So this would be the state amount that would supplement that. Obviously, the intended benefits would be providing additional affordable options and the social and economic impacts that go along with that, but then also to increase development activity potentially and revenue along with it. So Representative Jeff Wenninger introduced this as a bill this last session, and this is another one that had actually passed out of the House and seemed to have some momentum. And then, of course, the legislative session got cut short and didn't get to see the light of day. And then just one key point from our perspective, of course, so the program is not able to override any current local zoning ordinances, which would be key to us as a local government entity. So with that, we can go ahead and open it up to any discussion or input related to the resolutions, or I'm available to answer questions, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Rob. Council, discussion, questions? Councilmember Yentes, I know you had lots of input.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just take a second, I'd like to give some feedback specifically on the Light Tech proposal. I know this was one that you served on the subcommittee for, so I'm happy to hear your thoughts on it. But I thought some of the description within the league's notes were a little disingenuous. Specifically, it stated that this would have no impacts for local governments. If you look back at the bill that was sponsored last year, there's a fiscal note, and right there at the bottom of the fiscal note, it does talk about how 15% of the corporate and individual income tax goes to cities and towns, and this is specifically what's the specific area of revenues that would be that the state would see basically subsidized through these tax credits. This particular program on the federal level has a very long history. This has been around about 3 decades of fraud and abuse. NPR has done some great stories on it. It's very well documented, and the state programs have also had similar issues, to the point where Wells Fargo was basically indicted, the DOJ, and had to spend millions of dollars and billions of dollars in settlement money. So I would just, as recommended from this body, as we take this forward to the greater league conference, that perhaps we give this one not a favorable recommendation. So.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mayor, I have a question. Councilmember Yentes, which item was that?
This is the low-income housing tax credit program.
Thank you.
And to that point, if I may, Mayor, there's a lot of different options that communities can look to if they're looking to address affordable housing. Everything from voucher programs that actually allow low-income people to move into whatever area they want, accessing better jobs, better schools for their kids, instead of incentivizing the supply side, which then requires poor people to move into poor neighborhoods. I don't think this is the best option.
When this first came up, I voted against this in the committee because we hadn't had a chance to discuss it as a council, and they wanted to go forward with it without any input from anyone. And I appreciate your input, especially what's happening on a national level, where one particular party's platform has to do with nationalizing zoning, and this could tie in very closely with that. Other comments? Member Taylor?
Mayor, I'll just comment on the 4 here. I agree with that. I think there's a pretty strong repertoire that exists already of tax credits. You can take the new market tax credits. And this isn't the time to give away local revenue for cities and towns, which is what this will be. When you think of the K-shaped recovery that we're in right now, K-shaped meaning the big corporations are really, really doing well, and the small businesses and the low-income people are really suffering. This is what's going to exacerbate that K effect, right? When you're taking local income from cities and towns that need that to help their residents and transferring that through these tax credits to large corporations or developers for incentive programs. Recognizing the state and the federal government already has a huge list of incentive programs that already exist that they can take advantage of. Anyways, enough on that. The 2 Gary ones, I think we support, at least I do personally. I think that makes a lot of sense. Appreciate that input. And I'm a thumbs down on the one from Flagstaff about the consular idea. You know, I lived in Southern Africa for a couple of years and saw some of the banana republics there, and love those people. I miss them a lot, but I just don't know that we should subject some of the things as important as driver's license and put those documents when there's so much corruption in some of the governments that we just can't authenticate these forms of IDs to subject things like some of our welfare programs or driver's license or police investigations when things can so easy. There's so much opportunity for fraud and corruption. I say that with all due respect to these countries. These people are wonderful, but their governments in many cases are very, very corrupt, and it's hard to control that without just enforcing our current laws. So those are my thoughts, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember September.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to second Councilmember Taylor's thoughts on the consular ID cards. I never really got a good, clear understanding of what measures were being taken on the security side before these were issued. And I just felt like putting very important matters like driver's licenses and bank accounts in the hands of third parties that we don't have any visibility to was risky. And I wasn't sure what the upside was either. Like, I didn't see a really big upside for the risk. And so I just wanted to share Councilmember Taylor's concerns with that.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd encourage you to either send comments to me via email, so I've got those, so I can reflect those in the meeting, or to Rob. I think if we get the comments to him too, he'll know what items they pertain to. You okay with that, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. That might be easier. That way we can avoid just sending them to me, and I can be the collector. And that way there's not conversations going back and forth.
Sounds good.
Mayor, when do you need those comments?
The meeting is August 31st? Or
It's Tuesday. It's September 1st.
September 1st.
So Monday would.
Thank you. I skipped over item
Thank you.
15A. We'd like to go to 15A at this point. It's an administrative item also. Consider approval of contingency transfer. This has to do with monies received from the Arizona CARES Act and nonprofits. Do we have a presentation from staff?
Mayor, council members, this is Melanie Dykstra. I am happy to provide a presentation if that's what you're interested in.
Yes, you have a short presentation of any kind, Melanie, you could share with us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can share. Okay, are you able to see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll just quickly go over some of the information that we've shared with our council subcommittee on our community needs right now. Just as a reminder, we did have some current funding support out in the community. We did do our general fund nonprofit applications in January, February, and we did award funds to 24 different organizations who are conducting 25 programs, and that dollar equaled $430,000. In addition, just recently, we were awarded CDBG CV funds in the amount of $568,026, and those were awarded to 4 organizations operating 5 different programs. However, when we did this outreach and these application processes, there were some that we were not able to fund at the time. So they were either not funded at all or just underfunded from what they requested. Through the general fund process, that was prior to the pandemic, but the total amount that we did not fund at the time was closer to about $328,000. In addition, when we did applications for our CDBG funding, we did not fund $261,800 of requests. CDBG does have some additional requirements that organizations would need to meet in order to receive these funds. So there was a definite selection of organizations that could meet some of those requirements to be eligible for these funds. We also recognize many organizations didn't apply for the funding at the time based on those requirements. So when we took it all into consideration, we also looked at, just recently, we did conduct some surveys out with our nonprofit organizations. We outreached over 120 nonprofits, both in April, and then we did a follow-up survey that we received information here in August. We had 42 responses in the first survey, and an additional 23 responses came back in the August survey. And what we found through our questionnaires to these nonprofits, that the primary needs for our specific nonprofit organizations themselves are assistance with funding operational costs, salaries and benefits, safety supplies and equipment. And when they talk about salaries, that's things like the organizations that provide direct services, maybe such as counseling. They need staff in order to make those counseling appointments. In addition, what we looked at is what they're finding the primary needs of our individual residents, what they're being asked to fulfill, how they're being asked to provide services, and what that entails. And those top three were food, rent and utilities, and mental health counseling. So I was asked to kind of put together from our, our priority populations. In the past, we've definitely had our needs assessment that was done and completed December of 2019. And we do have a list of 10 priority populations that normally when we outreach to organizations through the nonprofit funding process, we definitely identify those opportunities for the priority populations. In reviewing our survey results and the communication that I've had with nonprofits, I provided a recommendation on what those priority populations could be if we move forward with some additional funding for these organizations. Number one would remain individuals' mental health counseling needs. We heard that was, something that definitely a lot of organizations were seeing as a need, whatever population they were actually dealing with. There's still a good need for domestic violence support. There has been an increase in DV reports from PD and everything else, and so that would be things like our shelters or advocates. Number three would stay at families in crisis. And these are organizations that are providing, services through the food banks, the food pantries, their rental and utility assistance to the families in crisis, transitional housing, homelessness, organizations that are working with those with child abuse. So that would be some of the types of organizations that might be served in the categories of families in crisis. One of the recommendations I was making is moving number 8 to number 4, which is our elderly and seniors. As we know, they've definitely been more homebound than maybe some of our other populations. So it has made an increase in the need for in-home meals, as well as some support to organizations that help provide transportation, as well as their need for PPE and supplies. Finally, the number 5 does stay low, moderate income families and individuals, but these organizations would probably focus on the organizations that are working with our foster families. We're hearing a lot that they're definitely suffering some of the economic impacts, and we're not being able to provide as much with their foster children, trying to make sure that they stay housed, but also to the child care providers and some of our clothing banks. So those would be the recommendations I would look at in terms of if identified as priority for funding. But again, this would just be a specific focus of this allocation. It does not preclude any of our nonprofits from applying for funds. What we'd want to do is just encourage those nonprofits that may not normally think of themselves in one of these categories, but you may have a special needs organization that really is serving now as an opportunity for people to outreach for food or housing support and things like that. And so we'd ask them to tie it back to that. So every organization would be eligible, but we'd be looking to have them tied towards some of these potential priorities that we're seeing. The proposed timeline for this process, if we are approved, I don't know why it does that, is we would look to try to kick this off with open applications August 31st. And then the applications we would do September 20th, taking into account Labor Day. We wanted to give the nonprofits an opportunity to have time to fill out applications. We would try to complete our review and scoring of applications and have the contracts developed by October 2nd. Therefore, we can get it on to the council meeting on October 13th, where council could review contracts. Our purchasing rule is for any contract over $100,000 would come to council. And then right after approval, we could send out these accountability contracts for any final signatures. All of our accountability contracts do take into account measurable outcomes Gilbert residents serve. So that is part of what the deliverables would be from these nonprofits. And with that, I believe I can take any questions.
Thank you, Melanie. Councilmember Yentes, I know you're chairing that subcommittee, talking about the CARES funds. Would you like to, or any of your committee members like to comment on this?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Our subcommittee, and I'll give a brief report at the end if you allow me the time. This is the first recommendation that's come out of the first two meetings that we've had. Obviously, one of the stated goals that the committee kind of coalesced around at the very beginning was that we wanted to get these funds from the CARES Act directly to residents, businesses, and taxpayers as quickly as possible. So this is in an effort of doing that, in the spirit of that, this is our first recommendation, and we hope it gets approval.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Taylor?
Yeah, the timeline seems a little bit slow. Is there a way, did you guys talk about that, to pull that in a little bit? I mean, some of these groups need their support straight away, and they may not be around in October when they finally get something, but I'm sure you guys talked about timing there.
I'll direct the question to Melanie. Is there any way to expedite this process? I know we were trying to make sure that we're using groups that are facilitating these dollars that we know have been around. Obviously, we don't want to be in the situation where we're directly allocating them. So some of this is just using the infrastructure, so to speak, that's already in place. But could you shed any more light on that, Melanie?
Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, and Councilmember Yentis, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay. We did look at the timeline based on the number of applications we would expect to receive, the amount of time to evaluate and score, and then develop contracts. And the only council meeting we have in October is that October 13th date. Therefore, that was the only one that we really could aim to meet. Otherwise, the next council meeting is September 15th. So we believe that the October 13th was the council meeting we could bring these contracts back to.
Mayor, Councilmember Yentes, Councilmember Taylor, we could always call a special council meeting if you'd like to accelerate that. That's probably the aspect to this that maybe there's a great opportunity for shorten it. So we could always call a special council meeting to address just this issue.
Thank you.
I'd be open to that. We can do it over Zoom. It's pretty procedural, I think, and getting them the assistance sooner than later is probably a priority.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, agreed.
And Mayor, for the purposes of this item, obviously that can just be done at an administrative level, correct? Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve. Item 15A.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We can now go back to items 13 and 14. So the public hearings that were actually noticed for 6:30. I'd like to get these out of the way before we go to the other items. Item 13, I know, has some public comments, so we probably want to take it separately. But item 14, does anyone have any discussion on that item? Can we go ahead and take care of it?
Mayor, I move to approve item 14 is published.
Second.
To approve. Second. Was there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Spence, please vote. That item passes 7-0. Item 13, I will open the public hearing on item 13, which is zoning case Z20-03. Ask for staff presentation on this item. Do we have a staff member here who can give us some background on this item?
We've got technical difficulties. Give me one moment.
Okay,
We've
thank
got,
you.
I believe, Ashley McDonald on
Got Ashley?
standby.
Okay, thank you.
But I've got to make her a panelist first, so.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Are you able to see me and hear my screen, hear me and see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So Ashley McDonald with the Planning Department. This is Z2003 Trilogy at Power Ranch. Trilogy at Power Ranch is located south of Queen Creek between Wrecker and Power Roads. The site specifically that we're looking at, you can see here outlined in red. It's located off of Ranch House Parkway. The larger site is the Trilogy at Power Ranch Clubhouse, a community facility, and then the golf course in that area as well. Aerial of the subject site, you can see there are existing sports courts located on either side of the entry drive into that parking lot for the clubhouse and golf course. On the eastern side, you can see that there are 2 courts that were originally planned and built as tennis courts. However, from these aerials, you can see that they have been restriped and are utilized for pickleball. On the west side of that primary entry are 2 additional tennis courts. And the proposal before you today is looking at a PAD amendment in order to reconfigure these courts and add two new courts on the site. So it's a 5.7 acre portion of the Power Ranch PAD. It's zoned public facilities and institutional. There is an existing PAD over the site, but the applicant is seeking to modify that PAD on the subject 5.74 acres with the intent of reducing the front and west side setbacks to accommodate those new courts. The setback requirement is 25 feet, and they're looking to reduce down to 10 feet. I will note that staff is currently reviewing a design review item on this. It's DR 19-128 that shows the specifics of the court reconfiguration. It'll show the addition of restroom buildings and shade structures. So that application gets into much more detail on how the site will be developed than this request before you today. As I mentioned, we are only looking at the 5.74 acre portion of the site as outlined in that bold line. The applicant again is requesting just to modify setbacks on the front, so along the street frontage, and then on the west side. The building setbacks are required to be 25 feet. Landscape setbacks are 20 feet and 15 feet. And they're looking to reduce both of those to 10 feet to accommodate the sports courts and the fencing. The applicant has provided a development plan that shows the court configuration. As you can see on the east side of the entry drive, they are proposing courts in this location. There would be some pickleball courts here and here with a multi-use or tennis court here. And then on the west side of the entry drive are 3 additional tennis courts. The applicant also provided us a setback exhibit that shows the impact of the reduced setback. So the area shown in that tan color is the area that encroaches in what the required setback is, with that red dash line being the required setback, and then the encroachment into the setback if we were to reduce the setback requirement to 10 feet. One of the comments that we have heard from the residents is some concerns about the safety and site visibility if the setback is reduced. So our traffic team was able to go out and do a line of sight analysis, which I just wanted to touch on very briefly here. It is important to note that there's a 4-way stop at this location. And as part of our design review, we are recommending a couple of modifications to the site design. One of those will be adding a condition that they add the missing 4-way stop sign on the stop sign, and then relocating the stop bar so that it's 4 feet from the crosswalk as opposed to 11 feet that it currently is to improve visibility. So that's a recommendation that we'll move forward with the design review if this application is successful. From a public participation standpoint, the applicant has held a number of meetings. Staff was in attendance of 2 of those meetings on May 29th of last year and then February of this year. What we heard from those meetings was that there was some questions about the phasing. This will be built in one single phase. There were some questions about the noise and the sound wall that is being proposed to be constructed. There were questions about the impacts of the setback changes as well as traffic and visibility. Within the staff report for the hearing tonight, there were a total of 74 comments that were included in the report, and that amounted to 8 residents that were in opposition to the request and 57 that have indicated support. In addition to that, leading up to this hearing tonight, a number of comment cards have been submitted, a total of 21 in opposition and 168 in support for the request. In addition, the Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously of this project with one condition, and that is simply to state the setback reduction. All other conditions of the Power Ranch ordinance would remain in effect. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have of me.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions for staff? I have one. Ashley, you and I attended that meeting back in 2019, and a lot of the discussion centered on noise. Are the residents all very clear on how we measure noise? That no matter what kind of readings were taken by feuding noise scientists, there is a certain way that we measure noise in the town.
Yeah, Mary Anderson, we have had a number of conversations with residents that have reached out to me about the noise study, and those items.
Thank you. Any other? Thank you, Ashley. Adam Baugh, are you representing the applicant?
Sure. Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your time today. I think someone told me that no single item has generated more public correspondence than pickleball. And I hope that perhaps this might be the end of the emails and the correspondence. I will tell you that while there has been some opposition to it, it's probably been the nicest opposition I've ever had to deal with in a zoning case in the 15 years I've been working on this. Frankly, I completely understand the position they come from. And I had a chance to spend some time in their living rooms in July, stay in touch with them through June and August as well. And I'm grateful for their participation. Because of their participation in this, we've been able to make some positive changes in the plan. Let me walk you through a little bit about why this matters. Trilogy was part of a large area, which you know is Power Ranch. But as an age-restricted community, it's really important to maintain relevancy and competitive with the other age-restricted communities. There's one very close by in Eastmark, for example, that's new. And so as you think about the investment that a retirement community makes, in many cases, this might be their last or their sole investment. It's critical that you have open space amenities, recreational opportunities that helps maintain that investment, even as the community ages past its 20th year. And so it can still remain competitive with the marketplace, which is not too far away. So that's really what this is about. Pickleball is tremendously popular. It's seen explosive growth here in Trilogy. It's been around since 2014, but it has 3.3 million players. I think I just need to lean in a little bit further. A 650% increase in the last 6 years. And what's interesting is the demographic of the core players who play it are within that 55 plus range. Here in Trilogy itself, 200 plus members are part of the pickleball club. It might be one of the fastest growing clubs within it. And there's a bit of a crossover between the tennis and the pickleball. Trilogy was part of a PAD zone in 1997, and there's been a lot of amendments to it since then, in 1999, in 2000, and in 2003. And in virtually every one of those cases, they were amending setbacks and development standards. So what I'm proposing today really is consistent with what the intent of a PAD is, to provide a superior quality community with deviations necessary for the flexibility needed. And here in this case, we are asking to reduce the setback along the private tract to 10 feet and a little bit corner on our west side. And what this does, it allows the open space areas to be reutilized, reprogrammed, and provide more opportunity for pickleball and a better balance for the existing tennis players. In addition, it allows things like storage, covered viewing areas, and a refreshment area. This came before the Trilogy community through a vote back in 2016. And in that vote, they overwhelmingly voted to support this request. Now, this request was a ballot measure regarding funds to be allocated. And then after that vote was passed, then the community put together an advisory group. And that advisory group laid out what is needed in a pickleball court, what's needed in a tennis court, what are the dimensions, what are the light standards, what are the netting, and all those things came together as a recommendation to the board, and then the board voted. And eventually, a design review application was submitted to the town in 2019, about August or so. When the design review comments came back, it was determined that they actually need to modify this setback standard relative to the street in order to move forward this case. So that was submitted in February of this year, and finally here we are almost 4 years later with the request to finally implement a plan that allows pickleball to move forward. So what this proposal includes are 3 tennis courts on the west side and 2 pickleball court areas on the east side. Within those 2 court areas will be a total of 6 courts. And then there'll be 1 multi-use court in between that will be used alternatively between the pickleball players and the tennis players. But what's critical to this plan is that you have the right surfaces, the right lighting, the right netting, and the right dimensions. If you're going to maintain competitive nature with the other communities, you got to have premier amenities. Here's an exhibit that shows you where pickleball is being played today and where it's been played for the last 6 years. It's been played historically on the east side, and after this proposal, it will still be played historically on the east side. But here's an exhibit that sort of shows you how this will all lay out. Through that 2016 vote among the members, there was the approval to add 2 new courts. The yellow boxes are the 2 new courts. The left side is tennis, the right side is a blend between tennis and pickleball. And then the 2 eastern courts will be reconfigured and redesigned and reoriented to accommodate this request. I want to point out something right here. As you can see from our left side, our original proposal showed an encroachment along our west side. We recognize that it's important to maintain the status quo, particularly for a homeowner on that side. And so what we've done since we've originally filed our proposal is make a change to reduce that. So you can see an area in yellow where we're encroaching the setback by about 15 feet. Today, we're down by just about a couple of inches. And so that's a responsive way we've done some things. The other thing we've done is that blue line, as you can see in that exhibit there, represents a noise sound wall. That's an attempt to mitigate potential concerns that we heard in visiting with the neighbors to the east. Now, understandably, noise is an important consideration as part of this request, but I want to indicate something, that the noise presented in this proposal today is no different than the noise that's been there for the last 6 years. And so we're not changing the status quo, we're just re-optimizing the open space area. It's also important to know that we are not putting pickleball on the west side. It's always been tennis, and it will always be tennis on the west side. But I also want to point out that next to this area where the pickleball is being played and where it will continue to be played are other things like golf tee boxes, a putting green, parking lot for the big golf course, driving ranges, automobiles, and airplanes. So this isn't the sole exclusive noise, and you can imagine the ping off of a golf club not being that much different or any greater than, or pickleball being any greater than that noise itself. Now, we did have a noise study prepared, and to your comment, Mayor Anderson, noise is measured in a certain pattern as defined by the ordinance. And I think there was a certain degree of education that we needed to go through, as well as the neighbors, to understand how that works. And so we actually did a noise analysis a couple of different times at different points around the open space area, points closer to the residential homes when pickleball was being played. And at no occasion did it violate the noise ordinance as defined by the town code. We also know that the recommendation that came out of that noise study was to build an 8-foot tall sound wall, which is what we're proposing today. This is less of an issue, but worth highlighting here that we've submitted a plan as part of our design review case to address lighting. And we made sure that lighting doesn't spill over the property line, which I think is relevant, related to the homes that surround this area. As part of our design review case, we're also looking forward to proposing some restrictions on the lighting in the evening, which will be a benefit to the neighbors. The other concern I heard through the process was somehow that this might reduce the amount of parking in this area. I want to point out that we have a parking today that is approved through an administrative use permit, and after this is approved, we'll have the same amount of parking as before. So there's no significant reduction whatsoever. And in fact, in a community like this, there's about 42 golf cart parking spaces where are probably used more often than the actual car spaces themselves. I'll jump through a couple of last exhibits. This is the shade canopy that will be helpful for the viewing area. And lastly, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I want you to understand that as we go through this process, it's been 4 years in the making, yet even still, as recently as 60 days ago, one neighbor submitted a plan that wanted the board to consider as an alternative. It seems it's hard for us to sort of restart over after you've been working on it for so long, yet we hired an engineer to evaluate that plan and to consider the benefits and if there were things we could include. And what we found through that plan was that actually it would result in greater loss of parking, more setbacks and deviations than what we're proposing. And so I'll skip the analysis for you unless you ask for it on the backside. But I think at the end of the day, I'll just cut forward to a quick conclusion. I know you have a busy agenda, but in order for a community like this, after 20 years in the town, to still stay relevant, to protect the property values of its retired community, it's critical that you have amenities that reflect current and modern demands. And what this does is it allows that to happen. It also allows the residents to exercise their vote, the board to exercise its vote, and then to implement action that reflects that. In some ways, this really isn't a town issue. It's really a trilogy issue, and it's a trilogy HOA issue. But because of a zoning ordinance that was applied back in 1999, this little change of a setback deviation along a private street requires us to go through a municipal process. But I hope that you'll respect that the board has voted several times, one just as recently is in July, 6-1 to move forward with the proposal that's presented before you today. And while there are people opposed, there's a significant amount of support, as referenced in Ashley's staff report and in the public meetings we've attended. And then lastly, I think it's also important to note and highlight staff support. And then lastly, the 1997 Valley View High School tennis captain supports this case. And he's not a very good tennis player anymore, but I know he would still support it even now today, even though, frankly, he's probably a better pickleball player than he is tennis when he was 18. So I'll end that with that, but thank you for your consideration and be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ball? Councilman Taylor.
Adam, thanks for that. Can you, just two quick questions. Number one, could you just review real quick the communications you shared to make sure everybody had a fair part of the process? And then number two, when you did get feedback from people that opposed or maybe not opposed, but they had suggestions, maybe just restate what accommodations did you make, given that feedback and put in the process?
Excellent. Let me address your first question. How has the participation occurred? Well, I've only been involved since February, but I know there's been 4 years of this participation between the board, its executive director, and the community. But I can tell you that since we've been involved in February, we held a neighbor meeting where 300 people attended. In fact, we probably would have had more if we had more chairs. We've held another neighbor meeting in July, and that was a hybrid meeting where we had in-person up to a max capacity as allowed by the governor, as well as a Zoom meeting at the exact same time. When we've had these meetings, we've asked everybody to, we've put a three-minute opportunity to speak. We've had chairs lined up, so there's been a good balance of those both for and against who've had a chance to express their voice. There's also been public notice that's been required by the town for this process as part of the Planning Commission, the design review case, and the town council meeting today. And then lastly, I've had a chance to visit with the 4 or 5 neighbors directly east of us. And I want to point out something. I think they have felt that they haven't been heard through this process through the years they've been involved. And that was something that was communicated to me when I had a chance to sit down with them for the first time. And it was shared to me that they felt finally that somebody was listening to them. And it didn't mean that we agreed or had all the solutions worked out. But I did make a commitment that to the extent I can encourage changes, those changes have to be voted on by the board. That's not my decision to make. But I feel like we are trending in the right direction. So as a result, we've added the 8-foot tall sound wall that isn't required by the code or by the development review process. We have moved our court and tucked it back in on our west side so we didn't encroach the neighbor on that side. We've also included shade canopies that match the existing ones that are in that area. And the last accommodation, this might be more important than anything else, because all you're approving today is a setback deviation. You're not approving the layout or the design whatsoever. That's part of a second case called the design review. We were intending to bring the design review back to Planning Commission in August. And I specifically asked the client, let's pause on that. That's really where the meat and potatoes are of this application. That's where you lay out the lighting, the netting, the sidewalks, everything. I would rather spend more time with them to come up with a site plan that might better accommodate some of the more recent concerns I've heard rather than rush through a design review application. So as a result, here we are in August. I have yet to make my resubmittal to give me the chance to kind of still work together. I hope that I'll have a design review application in front of the Planning Commission in October. And I hope that between now and then, we'll be able to have some positive changes that will further benefit the neighbors. I have an idea where that's going, and I'm excited to see, to share that with them. But at the end of the day, it's a vote that has to be determined by the Trilogy Board before I can affirmatively present that idea to them. That vote should be happening soon.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
I do have some requests to speak cards, and just so you know, what we normally do with these is ask you to come forward, and we'll give you 3 minutes to comment. When you come forward, please state your name and your city of residence. We have some online also, I believe. Okay. Let's start with the cards I've got here. First up will be Robert Davis. Thank you, Robert. Again, state your name and place of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for your service. I know it's not easy being a council member or a board member, the board members that are behind me. I'm a relatively recent resident of Gilbert, started out being a snowbird, landed in Trilogy, loved what we had. This vote that happened 4 years ago happened before I ever arrived. But the reason we purchased was because of the work from that vote that had already been done. And the houses we looked at within Trilogy weren't the houses that were 20 years old and nobody spent a dime on them. They were the ones that people spent money on and updated. And that's why we moved to the home we're in, and that's why we're in Trilogy. There's been discussions and planning going on for years, as Adam's already talked about. And I believe the accommodations for noise and the lighting address most of the concerns. I will say that there's some of the opposition that you're probably going to hear is probably because of scope creep, which isn't anything to do with the zoning thing, because they decided that they should put restrooms in place over by the pickleball courts. Today they use a porta potty, and we have between 200 and 300 people playing pickleball. And if they don't want to use a porta potty, they got to run all the way across the parking lot. And I simply feel that that's not an unreasonable addition. It's no different than your new desert park. If the original plan forgot to put restrooms in, I'm guessing you would have added them. I was at the February meeting that Adam referred to that was for public questioning, and there were a number of people that spoke up in the form of negative. I might ask, how many of you personally are pickleball players? None of you? Neither am I.
Not yet.
So my point is, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't play tennis. I don't play pickleball, but I believe in keeping our amenities in place for the people that I live with and know as neighbors. And so I didn't have any questions for Adam at that presentation, but I did ask the 300 people that were in the audience, and I said, the plan that is going before the city, town of Gilbert, how many of you are in support of what's going forward? And I will tell you, from my estimation, about 80% of the hands in the room went up. And I wanted to be fair, and I said, of you that are here, what percentage of you are against this plan going forward, and about 10% of the hands went up. So from my visual estimation, there was about 10% in the audience that really didn't have an opinion on it. So from that standpoint, I feel like let's get this zoning approved, get through the design review, and satisfy the people that have been waiting 4 years for that part of that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Joe Marson. Oh. Again, state your name, place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for having us. My name is Joe Marson. I am a resident of Trilogy. My wife and I moved here in 2014, just after the community had voted to expand the sports courts. I didn't have an opportunity to vote at that time, but that was one of the things that we asked about the community as we were considering purchasing there, were the amenities. They were extremely important to us. We saw the tennis courts, we saw the pickleball courts, and we saw a lot of activity. In a 55 and over community, this really attracted us to Trilogy. The vote for the expansion and adding of the sports courts was resoundingly 2-1 in 2014. 6 years later, we're finally at that point now where we're coming to a finalization of hoping to get these constructed. There have been numerous people who have been joining the game and playing, and it's also very vibrant for the community to have updated amenities. We don't have a lot of room left in our community for expansion, but the executive director and our board of director work very hard to make sure that what amenities we do have are in very, very good condition. Right now, they are in poor condition, and they are a safety issue for the players. In addition to that, the board of directors and the task force and the committees that worked on this program to increase the number of sports courts also looked at the fact that we never had restroom facilities or pavilions. We're talking about 55 and over, and you're talking about people that are very active and drinking a lot of water. It's a heck of a trot to get over to the clubhouse if you have to use that. So I think that was a mistake early on in the design, and I think it's an excellent addition, including the pavilion, which not only would be used by the people who play tennis and play pickleball, but they're also available to anyone else in the community. And we have many walkers and bikers who can stop and use those facilities. People that use our swimming pool with their grandchildren can also use those pavilions for picnics and that nature without having to disrupt either the people in the clubhouse with their activities or the local restaurant that we have. There have been numerous meetings regarding the sports courts. Information has been phenomenally displayed for everybody in the community. Yes, there are people who are in opposition, but the majority of the people see this as very beneficial to our community. We must do this. This is very important for our people. I respectfully request that you approve the PAD amendment, and I thank you very much for giving me this time to express my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Next will be Dave Berner. Again, Dave, if you'll state your name, city residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Dave Berner. I have been living in Trilogy since 2005. I am not a member of either the tennis or the pickleball club. I am a member of the board of directors at Trilogy and have been for over 3.5 years. So I'm pretty active in Trilogy in terms of the management and the decision processes that take place at the board of directors. Almost 3 years ago, I asked Ian, the executive director, if I could take something off of his desk, which was the design of the sport courts. And I formed a sport courts advisory team, which comprised of representatives from both the tennis and the pickleball club, as well as management. I sought the input from management as well as the clubs in terms of the criteria to design the new sport courts complex. I brought this up to give you an idea of how many designs that we've gone through. And I thank Doug Osborne, who's our engineer here from Hess Roundtree, and he's been very patient with us. So there's been quite an effort. I have done over a half a dozen town hall meetings in the ballroom at Trilogy. There have been in excess of 200 people at each one of those presentations. Every single time I did that, I sought input from the people that were in the room because they had microphones, they could comment. One of the comments that we always got were from the people on the east side, where the pickleball courts are, and where pickleball has been played since 2014, was to do something about the sound. I promised them at the first meeting over 2 years ago that we would incorporate an acoustical engineering firm to make sure that we design these courts with them in mind. Trilogy has hired MD Acoustics, and Mike Dickerson is here from there. Mike Dickerson and his team have been on site multiple times and have done multiple studies. And as you saw in the layout that Adam showed you, we now have a nice sound wall on the east side of the courts. So we have gone through multiple town halls. We have gone through multiple diagrams. We included the sound wall and appropriate landscaping and so on. So the new courts incorporate the criteria of the clubs as well as the criteria of the residents. And I ask for your positive vote as it relates to the amendment to the PAD. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Valerie, we have some online.
Yes, we'll go first to Julie Harris.
Julie?
Hello.
Hello, Julie. If you could state your name, place of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie Harris, and I've resided at Trilogy for approximately 2 years. One of the reasons my husband and I chose Trilogy is because it is an active adult community which offers lots of options. I myself am an avid tennis player. I literally play 6 days a week. I also started playing pickleball after moving into Trilogy, which is a much more social game and lots of fun. Since I belong to both the tennis and pickleball club, I became very interested in the new plans. Trilogy is such a beautiful community, but unfortunately the tennis and pickleball courts are an eyesore and have poor playing surfaces. Courts that are in rough shape, such as the ones at Trilogy, definitely has an effect on your game. They are peeling, lots of cracking, and have many dead areas. As someone who has played tennis at many different courts, I must say not having restroom facilities in close proximity is nerve-wracking at times. As we get older, having close accessibility to restrooms really is a need, not a want. I have attended several Trilogy town hall meetings. The information provided was clear and transparent. Any questions that were put forward were answered in detail. It was great to see that the majority of the association are in support of the new plan for the tennis and pickleball courts. In fact, it was actually overwhelming to see the number of hands raised in support of this project at the meeting held in February of 2020. I have personally taken the time to review the new plan and ask my own questions about the layout. I definitely support this project. I am requesting that the town of Gilbert approve the amendment requested. I realize that there are a few owners that oppose this project. I have addressed their concerns in a separate email, which I sent to Ashley, dated August 7th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Next up.
Next is Rocky Hessen.
Rocky, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, if you give us your name, your city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, my name is Rocky Hessen. I'm a resident of Trilogy here at Power Ranch within the town of Gilbert, obviously. First of all, you guys work way too late. Anyways, I was initially introduced to Trilogy back in 2001 when my parents purchased a retirement home here. So all in all, I've been a member of this community for almost 20 years now. I know we all appreciate your patience with us over the past couple of years, and I apologize if we've been a bit of a pain, so to speak. But, you know, we're old, and sometimes that's what us seniors do. On a brighter note, I think Trilogy is one of the only 55-plus communities in the town of Gilbert. Not 100% sure about that, but I believe, I know that in Seville, there's a component of 55-plus, but I think we're the only true 55-plus community here within the town of Gilbert. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the issue, and thanks for your service to our town. My family and I moved here to Arizona in 2003 after I finished 30 years of service in the U.S. Marine Corps. I'm currently the president of the Pickleball Club, and both jobs have been quite a challenge for me. I'd like to express my support for the requested zoning amendment for the following reasons. My time's limited, so there's no need to tell you about the popularity of pickleball and how important it is, especially with active seniors. I think we all understand that. We also have a vibrant tennis club, which also would benefit if you see fit to approve this zoning amendment. The fact of the matter is we are landlocked here within Trilogy. Shea Homes has managed to squeeze in a home site in every nook and cranny of this development. Your approval of this zoning amendment will do two very important things for us. It will give us the additional room to construct a quality pickleball and tennis amenity, and it will also help further mitigate the impact to the adjacent homeowners. I'd like to close with this. The residents of Gilbert trust our elected leaders to make good decisions for our town, and you all and your predecessors have done just that. Last I checked, Gilbert was recognized as the best town in Arizona to raise a family. It's also been nationally recognized over the years as one of the finest towns in the country. In this case, I would respectfully ask that the town council trust our elected leaders here within Trilogy to make the right decisions for our community. Again, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thanks again for your service. And thanks, Ashley, for putting up with us for the last couple of years. Over.
Thank you. Valerie, do we have another?
Ronald Merchant is next.
Ronald, are you there?
I'm here.
Ronald, thank you. You have, please state your name and your place of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Ronald Mertz. I've been a resident of Trilogy since 2000, so I'm one of the old guys that's still playing tennis, over 20 years. One of the reasons we purchased a home in Trilogy is my desire to play tennis. And I've been an active member of the tennis club for 20 years. The original asphalt tennis courts looked okay when we first moved in, but it didn't take very long before rather large cracks opened up. The courts puddled heavily when it rained. It covered the asphalt courts with an AstroTurf type material. That only lasted about 2 years. Since then, we've been covering it with an acrylic type material. The courts have numerous dead areas. The surface is peeling. Last winter, I played on several 55 plus community courts. Our courts were worst. We have no drinking fountains, nor bathrooms, we've talked about here today already, that are easily accessible to the tennis or pickleball players. Over the years, I've attended numerous open trilogy town hall meetings where we've had discussions about our inadequate facilities. I've reviewed these plans that we've seen here tonight. They will reduce maintenance cost. There will be less noise. Pickleball will have 6 dedicated regulation-sized courts instead of the current overcrowded situation. Given the space available, the plan looks great. When completed, we will have a sports course competitive with other 55 plus communities. The new facilities will enhance pickleball and add value to the entire community. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the new courts.
Thank you. You have another, Valerie?
Mayor
That's it?
Anderson? Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
In addition to the request to speak that we heard tonight, I just want to put on record that we did receive 14 additional emails regarding this item that were submitted to council prior to tonight's meeting for your review and consideration. We've also received 205 public comments, 21 of which are against the item and 184 that are in support of the item.
Thank you, Chevelle. With no other comments, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and/or motion.
Mayor, if I may, I
Mr.
want
Spence?
I want to make a comment just in general. Hearing the public comment tonight reminded me of my my application interview where I talked about during the campaign trail and also in preparation for my application that it seemed that among the top issues that people had that they brought to my attention were pickleball courts and feral cats, if you remember. And so I just wanted to say for the people that came out today, first of all, to the gentleman, the retired Marine, thank you for your service. I appreciate that. And then to the people that came out to speak and engage in your local government, regardless of what side you're on, it's good to see you here. I hope this is not the last time that you choose to come up and let your voices be heard.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Taylor?
Mayor, I think the applicant, I appreciate that presentation. They really did a lot of work to invite people to be part of the process. To me, that's a huge part of the decision here is, did everybody have a fair chance to have input? For me, that box was checked. You know, there was a strong support in 2016. I think that's really important. It's also important to note that there is still opportunity for some improvement. We're really just proving the setback at this point. So if they wanted to make some more accommodations, that could happen. But it sounds like they already have made some accommodations. And I learned also, Mayor, tonight that I may not be relevant because we don't have I've never played pickleball. So Adam reminded me that we're not relevant and we're not playing pickleball. So I challenged the Septembers to a game of pickleball so that the Taylors can be more relevant. And so I'm looking forward to that and learning how to play pickleball. So I think the process was very robust. I appreciate all the input and the accommodations from those opposing it. So I'll be supportive of this item tonight, Mayor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember September.
Yeah, the September's Accept Your Challenge to Pickleball. So we'd like to get that set up as soon as possible. And I'd just like to thank the applicant for all the work they did. I think they had a really robust community outreach, and this has been going on for years. And I appreciate all the people that came out to speak in support tonight. That's very helpful for us in making our decision. And I want to also thank all the people who sent emails as well. I received emails in support and emails that were not in support for various reasons. And I think the applicant here has done a good job of demonstrating that the planned area development amendments that they have asked for meet the development code here at the town. And I thought they did a good, excellent job with the community outreach. So I just wanted to thank everybody involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve item 13.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you all for being here. That'll bring us back then to items 1, 8, and 9 that were originally on consent, but we wanted to have a discussion of those 3 items together tonight. In the spirit of, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Before we get started on these important items, can I request a bio break?
A bio break?
Please.
You certainly can. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Open it up for public hearing, and if you're present and you haven't filled out a comment to speak card, I'd ask you to fill that out and turn that in. And we'll also turn our attention to any of those who might be online to ask, to give information or ask questions. Please direct all your comments here to the council, and we'll ask the staff as the questions come up that you keep track of those. And we'll probably go back to you at some point to see if you can answer any questions that may come up during the public comment period. From that point, then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. But let's begin first with the staff. And Chief Joe Bush, we could start with you all and introduce yourselves and then go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be here tonight and actually in person. I much rather prefer this method than being online, so it's good to be here. As you know, I'm Jim Jobush, Fire Chief here in Gilbert, and we're here tonight to discuss the items that you mentioned earlier and provide any feedback and questions you might need. But to start out, I'm going to have the staff introduce themselves, and they'll also be assisting me tonight in answering your questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Badgett. I'm one of the 2 assistant fire chiefs here with the town of Gilbert, and I've been actively involved with the transportation contracts since I took my position about 5 years ago. And I'm here to answer any questions you have about that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tiffany Fields, and I am the Ambulance Transportation Manager here with Gilbert Fire and Rescue Department. I joined Gilbert Fire just about 1 year ago, actually in September, and I have worked in emergency medical services for the last 17 years. Prior to joining Gilbert Fire, I worked for the City of Tempe Fire and Medical Rescue Department, and I assisted them in deploying their ambulance program in 2017. When I had the opportunity to come and serve my hometown of Gilbert, I was very excited to accept that opportunity and be part of the team that is assisting in securing this critical line of service for the town. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, Mayor, we're going to go through a presentation for you, a few slides, and in this presentation, we'll also cover some of the public feedback that we received from the surveys that were open a while back. So, just a reminder why we're here. We've been talking about ambulance service for quite a while, and we've pointed out over the last few months the vulnerabilities that exist and some of the gaps that we're trying to fill. And we want to ensure that the services provided to our citizens is the best service possible and at the best price. So we're going to, again, cover some of the topics that we have before and offer you some new information. And also, we talked about our CON. And we're in a good position to provide this service to the community. We can provide a consistent, high-quality level of service. And in doing so, we secure the use of our CON and actually get to utilize our CON to protect our citizens. So tonight, we're going to have an overview of the survey results, as I mentioned, and also answer your questions as we go forward. This slide here is just a reminder of some of the touch points that we've had. We've had numerous opportunities to meet with council, both in open sessions with the public present and in one-on-ones and then some executive sessions. And over the years since we really began this endeavor where we started to have the issues with our private provider back in 2013, we've had over 40 touch points and quite a few in the last couple of months, I might mention. In the same time frame, we've been in constant communication with AMR, meeting with them on issues of compliance and non-compliance and on their service. And that's gone on for nearly 5 years now. And I'll mention that in the books you have in front of you that we gave you is the information that's been provided to AMR over the years concerning the non-compliance issues. And as you go through that, you might notice that they average about 35 times a month where they don't meet the compliance numbers that are set out in the agreement. Also remind you of what we project is our expenditures and revenues over the 8-year period. And again, we identified that 8-year period as the expected life cycle of the equipment we'd be purchasing. So we were asked to kind of bundle that into that time period and show you what it would look like. We anticipate that the revenue will allow us to recoup the money spent and the startup cost that will be expended this year and in anticipation of starting service late in fiscal year 21 or early fiscal year 22. So we anticipate, as I said, that startup cost will be recovered during that period of time, more likely in the first 6 years. Could be sooner, depending on what our actual increase in call volume might be, but we anticipate within that 6 years. And I'll also add that these numbers, when we first provided projections on this ambulance service, They were based on the numbers that we put together over a year ago and in anticipation of putting the budget packages together. And in the time between then and now, we've looked at honing those costs, honing the understanding better what the revenues would be. And this comes off of our own experience, because you remember we have one ambulance responding to calls in Gilbert. So we're able to gain some experience from that and understand what impacts that will have on our costs and our revenues. We've been able to understand our costs a little bit better and what revenues we'll have coming in. And the fact that we're going to be starting this service later than we anticipated also has an impact on this, because now we'll be into a year with a higher call volume than we anticipated. So we're really pushing things back a year to start the clock on this. So that's why you see differences in the revenues and the expenditures as we project them. And I'll remind you with this slide of the gaps that we're trying to fill and the interest we're trying to address for our citizens. And this has been part of the presentations we provided, and I won't read through all of them, but I will tell you that what you see there, that the service that we're proposing to provide to the town of Gilbert checks all those boxes. And that's something that does not exist today. And in my opinion, won't exist in the future, or can't exist in the future under the current private provider model, because of the ability that you will have to control deployment, or I should say the service levels and any billing rates and so on. So there are gaps that we can't fill today that we will with our own service. So again, I mentioned this going back to 2013, and we've spent a lot of time looking at this. We realized then, following the bankruptcy of Rural Metro at the time, that we were at risk. There was a monopoly that existed then. They filed for bankruptcy. We went to work to try to protect that line of service for our citizens. And over the years, we've spent a lot of time looking at this matter and really putting it under a microscope to determine how we can best secure it in the future and provide for the future of our citizens. And we take the vulnerabilities that we identified very seriously. They need to be addressed. And as we work through this, we realized that we were best positioned to provide this service to the town of Gilbert. And the citizens deserve that level of service, and I think that we will always be striving to provide that, and we can talk more about that as we get into the presentation and some of the questions. But as I mentioned, we're going to be talking about the 3 agenda items tonight, and the first one is the contract with AMR. We do need a contract with AMR regardless of any other decision you might make tonight. There obviously, if you decided to allow us to move forward with providing the service in the future, there's a gap of time that needs to be filled. If you choose otherwise, we still need that contract. So that's what's before you is item 1. Item number 8 is the purchase agreement for the 6 ambulances that we intend to buy. And then item number 9 is the power gurneys that will go into those ambulances. So before we move forward to the other items, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Badgett to discuss the community survey results.
Mayor and Council, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here to share with you the results of the community survey that we sent out and then received and closed last Thursday, and spent the better part of the weekend and Monday trying to compile the results into a more condensed version for your review. First thing we wanted to capture, as you can see, is we wanted to ensure that a lot of the results were representative of the town of Gilbert. And based on the slide, you can see it reflects the views of our Gilbert residents. 87% of the 945 of the surveys were submitted by Gilbert residents. Some of the points we want to talk about. Gilbert residents prioritize quality of training. We're very proud as an organization of our current model that prioritizes a high level of service provided in the fastest manner possible. Gilbert residents agree with us as they rated those as their highest priorities in ambulance delivery service. It's clear we can provide a higher level of performance on these two metrics going forward. The second question, how important is that the council has control? It's overwhelming that the town of Gilbert residents want local control over this critical line of service. We don't have this level of control under the current provider agreement. Next question was, how important is it that efforts are made to collect insurance payments before sending you a bill and that processes are in place to confirm accuracy of the invoice? One of the biggest complaints that we've been told that occurs in private sector ambulance companies is the lack of customer service that occurs after the delivery of the patient to the hospital, regularly around insurance payments and collections. Survey clearly shows that Gilbert citizens want clear and hassle-free billing and direct communication with their provider to handle any issues that may arise. The model that we're presenting to you allows exactly that. If there's a question about a bill, the patient will talk to a member of our staff directly, not a call center or a third-party provider of that resource. Next question was, if you need a medical transport, how important is it that you have the ability to have options to be transported to the most appropriate facility and not just default to an emergency room? Again, this was rated very important and important by a vast majority of our residents. Our citizens want the most appropriate care for themselves and their families. We are working on innovative measures to deliver patients to alternate care facilities that meets their medical needs outside of directly responding and taking them to an emergency room. An example of that is that we're currently working closely with the Gilbert Police Department, local hospitals, and behavioral health facilities in the area to better meet the needs of our behavioral health emergency patients. Not all behavioral health emergency patients belong in an emergency room. Finally, we asked them to rate what they felt was important. I apologize. Lastly, we asked open-ended questions. We had free written responses. There was equal opportunity for both sides of the issue to provide feedback on this very important topic to our community. We went ahead and replaced those comments into four main categories. Supportive of Gilbert moving forward, do not support expansion into this line of service, others that were deemed more appropriate for an opportunity for education, and then other. Supportive was 220. Do not support the expansion. We had 41 direct comments. Opportunities for questions were mainly related around cost. I don't want tax raises. What's the implications on my finances? Other, as you can see, I want to get hired. When does the hiring process start? We went and included those with those for you, but we kind of just put them in the other category. As you can tell, we came out with a 5-to-1 ratio in support of moving forward from our citizens on this critical line of service. And as previously shown, we fully expect cost recovery in 6 to 8 years over that time period. Before we turn it over for questions on the survey, we want to address two questions that arose during the open house. Question one is, during the QA of the open house, we were asked, what is AMR not doing that they should be doing? Currently, AMR is not meeting what we consider acceptable standards for Code 3 response in the town of Gilbert. They have refused to look at separating Code 2 and Code 3 response time criteria and instead insist on combining the two so that they can meet compliance. Just so you understand, Code 3 are our most critical call types. Those are when we send an ambulance, lights and sirens, because the nature of the emergency dictates rapid response. The other is they are no longer sending their staff to agreed upon Gilbert orientation training and using their employees in the system that don't understand the Gilbert way. And when I say the Gilbert way, not the Gilbert Fire way, it's the Gilbert citizen way. What are the expectations that our citizens have and hold us to? Initially, they were sending their employees to this training. They had created a pool of reserve or fill-in personnel who went through this training, and they no longer agree that they need to do that. And we have a constant flow of new employees moving through our stations that we have not vetted and not sure they understand what the citizens of Gilbert demand from their level of public service. In addition, in violation of the contract, they have pulled local resources, regional resources, to support their interfacility transfers in the market. They've done it on a Code 3 response, which again is in direct violation of the agreement we have, and that Gilbert Fire will be responding on all medical emergencies with them in the town. Finally, and this only came up yesterday, is AMR has lost control of their ability to track badges that have been issued to their employees that allow access into Gilbert fire stations. When we first met, it was imperative that they understood that these facilities are secure. Access in and out of our fire stations is monitored and regulated and can be recorded at any time through our facilities. After an audit yesterday, we found 45 no longer employed AMR employees who still maintain badges with access to Gilbert fire stations. We're in the process of trying to fix that as we currently speak. That has put our crews, the information our crews collect, and the supplies in our stations at risk. This was the first dive, and 45 badges are unaccounted for and are somewhere in the public. Those are the big criteria right now that we need to see fixed. And unfortunately, we meet and we're told we're going to work on it and we'll fix it. And then we have the same conversation again a short time later. With that, there is another question. I'm going to hand it over to Tiffany, and she'll address, and then we'll move on to questions.
Thank you, Chief Badgett. Mayor and Council, thank you again for your time this evening. I would like to answer the second question that was left over from our open house event that we held last week. The question is, if Gilbert provides full ambulance service, will it be more expensive or less expensive for the user than what AMR charges? And the second part to that question is, will the town recover its investment into ambulances? The answer to both of those are yes. Hands down, yes. Our service, as we currently deliver it today, is cheaper to our patients. This is noted on the Arizona DHS base rates for ALS and BLS service, as well as our mileage. We are confident in our ability to make this a cost-neutral program for the town of Gilbert, and we will absolutely recover our investment in the ambulances within the 6 to 8 year time frame that we have outlined for you. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Chief Badgett for questions on the, on the survey.
With that, I'd like to say we did send the results out in mass form to all council members today. You have the raw data from the surveys. We will be publishing that on the open web portal for the town within the next week. With that, I'm going to pass it back over to Chief Joe Bush.
Mayor, with that, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I think what we wanted, I don't know if there are any specific questions about the survey, but what I had in mind was questions on the survey. Let's go ahead and take those now then, if we can.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Yentes.
From the department's perspective, what was the intended objective of the survey? What information did you hope to receive?
Mayor, Councilmember Yentes, we were asked by council and the mayor to reach out to the public and try to get their understanding of what they wanted from their ambulance provider. The data that we got from our citizens supports what they want to see from us or any provider. We wanted to understand what their concerns were, what their thoughts were, and what was most important to them in relations to transporting family members or themselves to an emergency room or other facility.
I know I took the survey too. I fell in those 59, 60% categories as well. Obviously not meaning I was particularly supportive of this direction, but just wanted to make the point that the questions that were asked were not particularly objective. My second question is, do we know how many people from the Gilbert Fire Department answered the survey?
Mayor, council member, yet this, we don't. We did check though with our IT team and our digital team, and what they were able to do is check URLs, I believe, and see if how many were sent from the same URL, and they said it was in line with others and very, very small. The responses came from multiple different URLs, not one location, but they did not provide the ability to see the names attached to those URLs.
And I'll add that not only were there questions to rate on that survey, there was an opportunity to provide comments, of which we received nearly 500 on multiple sides, both sides of the issue, but also with additional information that we're able to use. And so we don't see any indication that there was any kind of abuse on either side, I guess I would say, and that there was an opportunity for the public to not only answer the questions, but to provide comments to us so we could consider that as well.
Any other questions specific to the survey? Thank you. I want to give the public the opportunity to provide input and ask questions also. I'd mentioned previously in the spirit of making this as transparent as possible. So I'd like to start. I've received one comment card. I don't know if, I'm sure we have some people online. Oh, no? Nobody online? Wow. I have one comment card that I'd like to ask come forward. And Aaron Moss, asked to speak. Aaron, if you give us your name and your place of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name's Aaron Moss. I've been a Gilbert resident for 20 years. I'm here tonight to discuss the ambulance proposal. I haven't been much into following all this until just recently because as a regular citizen, I kind of felt this was a slam dunk. I started with rural Metro in 1993. I ended my career in 2008. At the end of my career, I was a market general manager for the entire East Valley. So I kind of know the ins and outs of it, and I've been watching what's going on with the municipalities and how they are moving towards their own services.
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I interrupt? Would you mind speaking more directly into the microphone? I can barely hear you.
Sorry, it feels like I'm speaking through my underwear. Anywho, I know how the privatized ambulance works. I've been there. I have met with Mayor Berman back in the day, 15 years ago. I delivered him response times. Part of the good part about being a privatized ambulance company is that when you guys, or any of us as a citizen, I could ask for their response times, and I will get a very clean, beautiful version of those response times. As a citizen, I have no control. With this department model and the information that I can get publicly, I will be able to monitor and see how their performance is. The transparency that's involved is there. I feel like the reason I say it's a slam dunk, they've already proven it can be paid for. I think it's irresponsible if this increases the protection of the citizens of Gilbert by even 5%, it needs to happen. I have with me part of the contract I was looking at, and it's very standard fare. in the contract, there's a $2 million clause set aside in case AMR or any public entity decides that they're not going to provide service any longer. Based on the census, they've put a price on every citizen's head in Gilbert at $7.87. So if they fail to provide service and leave our citizenry without transportation, that's what we get. Additionally, in here, there are thousands of dollars for response time violations. As a longtime Gilbert resident, and I'm older, I have a family, I have a wife and a kid, I would pay double what the fine is to have an ambulance there to take care of my kid. Part of it is the move-up process. My ambulance moves in and out. They're used for interfacility, which is their bread and butter. Interfacility is when from hospital to hospital, insurance is contacted, are they good to go? Yay, let's rock and roll. 911's a different monster. And I don't know if anyone, I'm sure you guys already know, the town of Gilbert has what's called a payer mix that is terrific for any ambulance company, whether it be private or public. Medicare only gives you so much money per, sorry. I lost track of 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can continue.
Can I have a couple more minutes?
Yeah, we haven't got anybody lined up, it doesn't sound like.
All right, sorry if I bore you. I know that back when I managed this private ambulance company, Southwest Ambulance, we used to do a thing called dedication. Hey, Gilbert, I'm going to dedicate 4 units to your city. In fact, back in 1993 when I started, I worked in Gilbert on AP 89, and it was a vacation station because in 93, there weren't that many calls. The city has evolved, the population has increased, we need to go with that. My only metaphor with that is, if I don't have a barbecuer, I'm going to go get a Big Mac. Until I get that barbecuer, I'm going to start cooking my own burgers because I can do it right. And I think the staff that you have here is going to do an excellent job. We need to put Gilbert into this model because if you think about City Council and your previous iterations have done a marvelous job with our public safety. The path is laid out for you. Vote yes on everything tonight. Give AMR 2 more years. Give the citizens and the fire department 6 rescues and gurneys to get prepared for a 2-year transition into this phase. To think that AMR is going out of business, they're a $4 billion company. I have their ARCR from 2018 because they haven't listed their 2019 yet online. Their gross revenue for just the Arizona region was $151 million. After expenses, they still showed a loss, but they showed $14 million going back to the parent company. So at the very bottom of that ARCR, it says, we lost $3,000, but we sent $14 million back to AMR corporate. That $2 million I talked about earlier, that's nothing to them. If this private company deems that Gilbert's no longer salvageable for them, they'll pay $2 million and out, like any private company. I feel that this department's got what it takes to do it, and I think it's owed to the citizens. They deserve it. I sure would hate to think that one time they're out of compliance, it was my kid's life. I have a couple questions too, sorry. My question is...
Make that pretty brief.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Quick ones. How many times has the city issued invoices for liquidated damages to any of the private ambulances over the last few decades? And if you have, what became of it? Were they paid or were they negotiated out or forgiven? Response time discrepancies. I hear from people saying that, oh, the paperwork we get looks great. But through the regional dispatch center, it doesn't look so great. Where's the discrepancy? Why are you guys getting one thing, and being told another? Out of those 40 touch points, 35 of them were about out of compliance. What have we done? Have we just said, you guys are out of compliance? Here's a bill for it? Or have we said, okay, you're the only game in town, this is what we got? I yield the floor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. I think I'll bring it back to the council for general questions in the whole presentation. I hope you'll be able to answer those questions that Aaron just posed to us. And I'd like to also have you comment a little, if you would, Chief, on the letter we received in the last couple of days from AMR.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as the questions, I only could hear one of them, so I'll need your help later to catch up on those. But as far as the letter goes, I know you received a letter from AMR yesterday where they addressed what they consider inaccuracies in some of the information we've been providing. And earlier this evening, I sent you a memo as well with my thoughts about what they had presented to you. And I don't know if I need to go point by point on what they provided, but you will see that what I've provided to you is I think is the accurate information that was provided, and our intent of providing you that information. And one thing I noticed about this letter is it did cover some of the things that we talked about, but it did not address the identified gaps that we've put before you and the citizens that exist, and trying to address those interests that I showed you earlier. Things like response times, cost of the user, continuity of care, consistent training and equipment, customer service, employee and patient safety, billing patients who aren't transported, whether or not they would protest our CON renewal, and the ability to use data to make immediate changes, and then the ability for council and citizens to have input on the level of service and the cost of the service in the town of Gilbert. And I also didn't see anywhere where they said they could do it better than us. So that's it in a nutshell. And each of those inaccuracies that they presented, I did, as I said, provide you additional information on that. I hope it's helpful. And Mayor, if you want me to go point by point, I'd be happy to, but that kind of summarizes my thoughts.
Thank you. Unless the council has specific questions on that letter. Any other questions at this time? Councilman Taylor.
Mayor, if I may, just on, I've got about 3 pages of questions, but what I want to start on is AMR deserves their day in court, right? It's really been a one-sided trial here. And we're really just hearing AMR from Gilbert Fire's point of view, and obviously they don't care for him too much, so I can't imagine their opinion's going to be that objective. But we do need to hear all sides, and it's important to do that as we make this important decision. Anytime you do a contract renewal in the private sector, and I hope we do here, you have a performance review, and at least you ask them how we're doing, and that's certainly agenda item number 1. And I think we need to hear from AMR, because clearly Gilbert Fire is biased against them right now, and I don't know that they could give a fair assessment of how their performance, because everything I've heard from Gilbert Fire over the last few years with AMR has actually been fairly positive. There were issues pointed out, but nothing, no showstoppers, nothing to sever the contract until all of a sudden now we have this big crisis on our hands and we have to take over the ambulance. So I'd like to invite the AMR team to give us from their perspective so we can get a balanced view, a more fair view. Obviously, they're going to be biased to their side too, which is great, and I have no problem with that. But I'd like to invite them, Mayor, as we spoke previously, to let them speak for themselves instead of hearing about them through somebody else. So with your permission, Mayor, I'd like to have them come up, and I asked them to say something, not more than about 5 minutes, to just give us their perspective on this contract renewal specifically and their performance as well. We've heard all the bad things about it, but hopefully there's a couple of good things, a few lives saved as well along the way, if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Council, are you comfortable with it?
Yes.
If I may ask a question of Chief, because I believe the resident asked the same one that I had, which was how much the town has received in liquidated damages last year of the contract, and maybe AMR would answer that as well.
Yeah.
Maybe they could come forward while they're digging up that
You bet.
information.
If we have someone from AMR.
Mayor and Councilmember Yentes, our records indicate that at this time, AMR has received $9,000 in liquidated damages due to excessive response times. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask how many minutes to put on the timer?
5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Patrick. To the mayor, if I may, is that okay with the AMR team? That's kind of what we talked about. Yeah, thank you.
We can pass out. We don't have an electronic version.
Okay.
Give it to me. Yeah. Great. Thank you, Mayor Anderson, members of council. I'm Glenn Kasperzik. I'm the Regional Vice President, Chief Operating Officer for GMR, AMR here in Arizona and also the state of New Mexico. With me is Dave Tantone, Regional Director over 911 Operations, and Todd Hamariello, who's the former Regional Director over Gilbert, but still within our organization on the interfacility side. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My remarks will be brief. I'd rather have you hear from the operators regarding some of the compliance and some of the issues that have been addressed. But I can tell you we've been a proud partner here. I was here years ago when AMR entered, and we were proud this was our first 911 contract. We were proud with the contract and working with Chief Joe Bush and his team because we feel that we developed a first-class system here in Gilbert, how the response model worked to maximize resources and response times to ensure high system reliability for critical patients in a time of need. Since then, we've worked through this renewal that's in front of you tonight and certainly hope to continue to service this community for the next 2 years and beyond that, ideally. But our organization is a little mystified, to be quite honest, that we're in this position. No contract is perfect. We are very compliant in response times, and even the chief has mentioned that in the presentations in the past, and I'll have Dave walk through that level of compliance. But I think one of the things to walk away from is we are always open to making changes and improving the system. And I feel that we've not really been given a good opportunity to present our case in a public forum or a study session, to be able to walk through the data elements and to give you the transparency how we operate our system and the resources that are assigned to Gilbert and neighboring Queen Creek community. So with that, I will turn it over to Dave Tantone and Todd to address the response performance compliance, and then I'll close out just with a little bit of where we see healthcare going.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson and Council. I appreciate the time to be able to speak to you tonight. To start briefly, we operate under a certificate of necessity, as I know the department has referenced. And in that certificate of necessity, we are held to different response times throughout the county. These response times set here locally is that we need to meet a 10-minute on-scene response time, 80% of the call, and then that percentage broadens out, and so does the time frame we have to arrive on scene in order to maintain that CON. That CON is measured over the course of a rolling 12-month period, which is why when we come into areas of town and establish working contracts, those contracts are more restrictive than our CON to ensure that we're giving each particular area the response time that they deserve. So just real brief about the current agreement that you're looking at today. I believe the term on that is a 2-year term with some optional 2 one-year extensions after that. Our Code 3 compliance on that is set at an 8-minute and 59-second response time. Our Code 2 response time, so non-lights and sirens, are set at a 14-minute and 59-second response time. Now, I agree, those are, when we factor our compliance, we do those collectively. We do those collectively. We combine those numbers to come up with our final compliance for the system. A lot of that has to do with the number of Code 3 calls that we run in Gilbert. The majority of our calls here in Gilbert are run at the Code 2 and not at the Code 3, which is why I believe we feel so strongly about having that collective to make sure that we're using an accurate data set. Further, if we are not compliant with our contractual agreement, there is built-in liquidated damages for that. Thank you. To date, I did a 24-month review, and what I found in the last 24 months was that we have been fined a total of $3,000, and each was for an extended response time. But we've never been fined for liquidated damages for not meeting our response criteria. And in fact, the majority of the months were 95% total compliance or greater, and just as recently as this last December, we were 98% compliant with all of our on-scene performance. While I agree that if we have inequities in the system that need to be addressed at this point in time, those inequities have never been brought to our attention. So we haven't had the opportunity to speak to them or to make adjustments to the system as needed in order to make those changes. If I hear my timer's up, do I have a few more minutes, or do you need me to conclude?
Just wrap up in the next couple of minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor Anderson. So with, I'm going to wrap up real quick. I'll hand back over to Glenn. So with our current responses, just as much as June 2020, this report was generated by the department on August 10th for June 2020 compliance. We were just short of 98% compliant, 97.8% compliant. So again, I strongly feel that we are meeting the obligation as set forth in the contract, which has only, at this point in time, 2 zones, the Gilbert zone and the Queen Creek zone, as it is a joint contract, not the 11 zones that have been discussed by the department. So with that, I'd like to turn this over back to Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Anderson, members of council, and I apologize for going over. It's tough to kind of convey a tremendous amount of information in 5 minutes. I would ask that we really have an opportunity to come back and sit down and provide a lot more information. You've heard a lot about rates and charges and CONs. These are very complex issues. It takes more than just a couple minutes to explain it. But I think there's time for us to continue to work. You have a 2-year agreement ahead of you. There's no reason to, in my view, to rush into a decision and do something that could have grave consequences without proper diligence and participation from your provider who's been providing you good service. So thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions if need be.
Thank you. Questions?
Mayor, I have some follow-up questions, if I may.
Member Taylor.
So you saw the presentation from Gilbert Fire about a lot of the negatives relative to the current contract. Is that new information to you?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, member of council. It's a little surprising to me. I'm not necessarily direct in the day-to-day, but if there were issues, I've been here. I've seen the city manager at events. I mean, it's never been directly reported to me. I trust the team had been working, and if there were issues on system redesign, there's always a willingness from my perspective. But I'll yield real quick to Dave to address that.
So to this time, no. To answer it directly, we have not been told about inequities in the system and the different areas of town. When we get our compliance reporting every month, that compliance reporting is generated by the fire department. We don't generate our own numbers. They pull it directly from the Mesa CAD system and send it to us. We sit down, we discuss it, and at no point in time has that been brought up that there's an issue in different parts of town or that we need to look at redeploying a system or changing a posting plan to address a lack of response to a certain area.
Okay, thank you. Another claim was that AMR would not be responsive to the town council if we wanted to have input on things. Is that true? And if not, how would you want to see that? I can't imagine a provider wouldn't want to hear, but can you address that claim? I'm not sure about that one.
Sure. Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, member of council. I'm shocked. I interact with many legislative governmental bodies in my role all the time. We have conversations about system design, system delivery, changes in the healthcare environment, what's changed around COVID-19, the reduction in transport, where we're going as a industry. So certainly I always welcome the opportunity. Also, my team does provide to many other communities on a regular basis a system report card that provides information on our performance. So from that aspect, there's never an unwillingness to meet. If there's anything, there's a desire to meet because this environment is changing. We are proceeding cautiously as well. We've seen a lot of unique things happen over the last several months as it relates in the pre-hospital environment. So there is an appetite by many communities to see what's changing and how service can be delivered better and more efficiently because of the impacts on COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It was a little bit surprising that they said that you wouldn't be responsive to council. I mean, what? Anyways, I appreciate you addressing that. Let me go to another topic that was addressed. It sounds like there's a complaint about how some patients' insurance was handled and maybe billing or customer service issues. Is that piece of feedback new to you, or would you like to comment or respond to the criticism relative to your customer service, relative to insurance billing?
Sure. Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, members of council. First of all, we have a local billing office here in Scottsdale that handles all of our Arizona accounts. So we are local as well. As many of you know or have heard, healthcare billing is pretty complex. And from time to time, you get questions regarding charges and rates and how it compares to an EOB and what your insurance may or may not cover, or Medicare or Access. So to be honest with you, we get concerns all the time and questions regarding billing. We're responsive to that. We do send out customer surveys as well as part of our billing practices to ensure that we're meeting our patients' needs and their concerns. So I am not personally aware of any major disruptions in billing or billing concerns within my entire service area. I work hand in hand with our billing team. In fact, one of the managers that runs our billing team has been a colleague of mine for over 10 years. So our relationship here locally is strong. Our regional directors are interfacing with our billing teams to ensure that not only our 911 customers, our interfacility customers are getting optimal customer services. You will always have questions and concerns, but if there's an assertion that there's a lot of problems with our billing, that's factually inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. So another claim was that you're not able to deliver to any other location besides an emergency room. And maybe there's some contractual elements in there, but can you address that? If that's something that is desired, would we be able to put an amendment on that contract? Or maybe talk about that, what's your response to that you can only do ER transports?
Sure. Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, members of council. That situation is a very unique challenge within healthcare. Up until COVID-19, Medicare and Medicaid did not permit and would not reimburse for transportation to a non-hospital facility, i.e. a freestanding emergency room and urgent care. Because of the strain in the hospital system, potentially that was going to exist with COVID-19, CMS, or Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, issued a waiver that allowed us to now transport to an alternate destination. For many years, alternate destination has been a topic of discussion. I actually believe that COVID-19 has brought us into a rapid beta development and deployment of this, because we have a number of patients who certainly that we transport are concerned about going to the hospital at risk of contracting COVID-19 or a highly infectious disease. I think as we move out of this, there is the ability, there isn't anything within our contract that would prohibit us from doing that. There's medical direction involved in that. There's discussions with payers. Part of the piece with transporting patients to alternate destinations is understanding their capabilities. So are we doing the right thing transporting a patient that is a non-traditional emergency room that has more enhanced level of hospital-based services versus a micro hospital that may then require a subsequent interfacility transport to a higher level of care? Those are complex discussions. As it relates to the behavioral side, that is a reality that needs to be addressed. We do treat and transport a fair amount of behavioral patients, and we transport them to the emergency room because they are in crisis. One of the verticals within our organization that we have the ability to do is called nurse navigation, where you actually can interface with a caller that calls 911. They get hot transferred over after they go through an emergency medical dispatch process and speak with a mid-level of provider and go through a second level of triage. And if it's warranted that they can be treated and transported either in a personal vehicle or a ride share or potentially in an ambulance that's been deemed safe to an alternate facility, those are good programs for communities to look at and implement. But it also requires an immense amount of infrastructure to be able to do that as well. The nice thing with those programs that we do in Washington, D.C. and Arlington and in other parts around the country is it has a trigger mechanism that if the patient is a critical patient or is not symptomatically presenting the way they're talking about, the way they think they are, it gets kicked back over to the 911 system, and they either go to emergency room or another destination. I could probably spend an hour talking about the complexities of it. It sounds easy to implement those programs, but there's also risk when you do institute those and you transport a patient to an inappropriate facility and they have a negative outcome or have to be then transported again with another ambulance bill for a higher level of care.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'm going to skip a couple of questions here,
Yes,
but I have
please.
a couple of more. But I think it's important that they get a fair chance to speak, and I appreciate the time that you're giving them to be able to respond here, but I will skip a couple questions. One of the accusations was that related to training, that you're not attending training anymore and things like that. You want to, I mean, obviously we want your crews to know our town and know our processes and the great partners that we have in Gilbert Fire. And anyways, would you like to address that? That was a little bit surprising.
Sure, I'll defer to my colleague Dave Tantone.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, thank you. So to address that, yes, we do participate in a quarterly training that is offered by the department. And in our existing service agreement, it says that any employee of ours that is primarily working within the town is to go through this training. So what that doesn't cover would be folks that are the one-off. I had a call off, so now I need to cover the shift with somebody. I can't necessarily guarantee that every one of those people are going to have taken the Gilbert training. I have discussed it with the operations manager for the system, and he does open the training up for anybody that's interested that likes to work in Gilbert. So they do have the opportunity to sign up for that training as well, and we supply the list of names of people that bid into the system through a bid process they have through their union, and anybody that comes into the system that is new is sent to this training. They're required to take it. So I disagree with the comment that we have stopped sending people to training, and just as recently as August 5th, we sent an email to the department wanting to put 2 new field supervisors through the training, but unfortunately this quarter's training was canceled. So we are making efforts to get people through the training.
Okay, Thank you for that.
Excuse me, Councilman, while you're up there, could you also maybe address what was brought up about the personnel cars to get into our facilities?
Councilman, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you.
Could you also maybe address what was brought up by Chief about the badges?
Oh, yes, Councilman Giantes, thank you, and again, Mayor. So the issue that was brought up today about the badges, we didn't get a request from the department until this morning as far as the badges that were outstanding. And the operations manager for the system, as well as his staff, did a review of all the badges that were outstanding, and they sent them back the list of the names that were outdated, that haven't been bid in the system. And when I asked the operations manager why do we have all these badges that are outstanding, the answer that I received was that at the beginning of our agreement, there was a discussion between us and Gilbert Fire, and it was the desire of the fire department to give the badges out to people who were primarily stationed in the station, as well as anybody that picked up overtime, so that they could have access to the station should they come and pick up. So certainly if there is an issue where we need to get out there and pull some badges back, we are happy to do it. But today was the first that had been brought to our attention.
Okay, the last question I had is just on data. There was a claim that you're not willing to share data and you're keeping it to yourself. I mean, I know that that's factually incorrect because you're required to share data with Department of Health Services in terms of response times and things like that. But relative to Gilbert, I mean, have you ever been asked to share data outside of some of these things, or I mean, are you willing to share data? Could you speak to that, the accusation that you're closed and you're not willing to share data with Gilbert Council and the public?
Yes, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Taylor, members of council. I personally have not had any specific data requests, but I can tell you organizationally, now more than ever, we share a tremendous amount of data because we want to give communities visibility into how their system is performing. This system by design is dispatched through Mesa Alarm, so they have the data. So when we get the call, they're tracking that information through the mobile data terminals in the ambulance. If there's other specific data elements, we're more than happy to share that, from payer mix to number of transports to you name it. We're required by the state. Arizona is a regulated monopoly, and you hear monopoly come up, but it's a regulated monopoly, meaning that when the state moved the CON process out of the Corporations Commission in the mid-'80s to a certificated process, was to ensure that every resident in the entire state had ambulance service. And hence what happened was you had many small ambulance companies that were operating that were not financially sustainable. They put requirements in the ARCR, and I completely understand what happened with Rural Metro and their bankruptcy and shaking this system to the core. There was not a redundant layer that could have came in on that day had they closed up shop and filled the gap. We supported the town in getting their certificate. We continue to support communities in getting certificates. Where the model works together, we can't deteriorate the private model. The public model works well. There's a place to have a hybrid system. We're open to that, where you have a number of ambulances that each party brings to the table. We're currently actively discussing that in Mesa. They do operate ambulances. There's other communities around the state that have that same model, for the very reason of not putting the burden of all of the costs on the public, but ensuring there's a good public-private partnership, because there are transports, and we hear the lucrative interfacility transports. I want to clear one myth up. Interfacility transports are not lucrative. There is an extensive pre-authorization process that goes in place to be able to do that. It takes a tremendous amount of time. It is not a guaranteed pay, as everyone in every hearing I've been to kind of throws that out there. Then it is augmented with the 911 market. We're happy to share data. We're happy to work together. We're happy to collaborate. I think there is an opportunity, and we've demonstrated that right from the beginning, to build a first-class model here in Gilbert and in your neighboring community of Queen Creek. I've been here and invested in this operation. I'm proud of our accomplishments here in the town and many other areas. We live with the sins of rural metro every day. I speak in front of many government agencies all the time. I hear the concerns of fire chiefs, and I hear a lot of noise. But I will tell you, we provide a really good service to every community. Set aside the noise, look at the data, have the transparent discussion, and I think you build a first-class, world-class white glove system.
Thank you. Mayor, thanks for the generous time here, and I appreciate them being able to speak for themselves and not through a filter. But I think the takeaway here is there's really more than meets the eye than what we're hearing from Chief Joe Bush. And we can be up here as a council and just rubber stamp and turn everything over to staff. And I know sometimes that's a sentiment of we're not the experts here, so let's just do it. But why are we elected if we're not here to represent the citizens and dig into some of these as well? We're not here to just rubber stamp everything that comes out of staff or even from suppliers. But I think it's important that we hear firsthand from AMR, and I appreciate you guys being able to stand up and take some hard questions here and respond. Mayor, I have some more questions, but I'm interested to hear other people's thoughts, and some of my questions will probably be answered. If not, I'll bring it back up if I may. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may ask Glenn a question while he's
Yes,
up here.
Councilmember Yentes.
A simple question. So two simple questions. How long has AMR been providing ground ambulance in the country?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Yentes, members of council, organizationally, AMR, through a series of mergers and acquisitions, and everyone knows the drill. Late 80s, early 90s, you would have to go back to the roots of a couple companies coming together. The latest piece is Global Medical Response, which is really AMR as the ground vertical, and then Air Medical Group Holdings, which is the air vertical. Collectively, 36,000 employees nationwide, approximately 10 million patient touches a year. We really work to do ground ambulance well. We're the FEMA provider. We've been on deployments. We're actually on standby again for one of the hurricanes. We really strive hard to provide a good service and have the depth of knowledge to be able to do that.
So my follow-up question is 100% response time feasible, possible, given your guys' experience in this industry?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Yentes, members of council, there is no system in my many years of experience, starting out in 1989, that I've ever seen 100% of the time compliance. Even in some of our recent response time updates with the Bureau, there used to be some certificates that had 100% response compliance. That has been reduced because there will be times that you're just not going to be able to get there. Response times are calculated on the totality of all of the response volumes over the period of time, not an individual basis. We strive to get the highest level of response to the most critical patients. And quite honestly, where we see this industry going is we hear 8 minutes and 59 seconds 90% of the time. I would actually challenge and say, what is the outcome-based aspect of that? And what patient subsets are you looking to get 8 minutes and 59 to? Because if I'm having a heart attack, a stroke, or I was just involved in a car accident and have severe trauma, that's the subset of patients we want the fastest response time to. The other myth, if you could just indulge me for a minute, with response times is on-scene time. So yes, you get there in 9 minutes and 27 seconds, which may be out of your response compliance. But I can tell you unequivocally that at 9 minutes and 42 seconds, we're not loaded in the ambulance and transporting. We're actually still on scene, many times providing patient care. So in essence, yes, you trigger a response compliance delta, but you're still treating a patient and transporting. And what you're going to see in the future, and I think up for discussion even in some of the rule changes, is more outcome-based approach on response time measurement versus just we got there in 8 minutes, 59 seconds, 90% of the time. Patient outcomes is what matters in this. and we have the science and the medicine behind it is where we should be focusing on, and not just an empirical number in the sky that we think works, because each system and each community's demographics are different, and looking at more critical nature calls on responses is a far better system approach than a blanket approach.
Thank you. And Glenn, I know you guys talked a little bit about some of the models that you're using in DC and other areas of the country where you have, nurses and other practitioners that triage some of these calls. Has this been an innovative program that you guys have offered to the town of Gilbert? I think that's pretty exciting. And is that something that as a community we've had the opportunity to maybe incorporate into our system here?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Yentes, members of council, I think from the earliest get-go, when we met with the town coming in as AMR, we talked about a lot of different models and where things were going. The innovative approach that we are taking is certainly evolving more rapidly. The timeline and definition around nurse navigation in a narrow sense is really more new versus probably 4 years ago when we talked and kind of whiteboarded concepts and ideas. Wasn't really defined, but we're learning. We're seeing good outcomes in those communities. We're hearing stories of patients that would have normally gone to an emergency room, waited for hours, got an expensive bill, that have been directed to a nurse navigator, been directed to a more appropriate entry into healthcare, and been in and out of the healthcare system in 75 or 90 minutes at a fraction of the cost, which again goes to the outcome-based medicine approach. Now, by no means are these programs inexpensive. There is a cost, but I can tell you that to try and stand up programs like that individually are far more expensive one-off than they are working with a partner that's looking at different ways to do it, because that's what the healthcare system is demanding. That's what many other communities like Gilbert across the country are looking at. The cost of delivering ambulance service is expensive. The cost of public safety and response is expensive. But more importantly, healthcare is expensive. And when constituents call or people that we transport call and complain about an ambulance bill and they find out that something was available, we have to be on the forefront of change. And this is just one of the strengths of global medical response. We have a whole division of innovative practices that is looking at these models. And ironically, there is a current RFP that's out in another community that is actually asking for these types of models and outcome-based measurements as part of their response. So what I'm talking about is not new. Communities are asking for it, and there's a community right here in Maricopa County that's asking for that.
Which community is that?
That would be the town of Paradise Valley.
Glenn, if Gilbert decided to go the direction of, I think that this contract will get renewed tonight, but there's obviously clauses within the contract that allow for termination pretty immediately from either party. If Gilbert decided to terminate this contract, in the next year, would we be foregoing programs such as that nurse navigator as an opportunity that would be not open to residents here?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Yentes, members of council. For one, we'd be disappointed if that occurred. And two, I think if that occurred, there'd be an impact on the other partner that's part of this agreement as well with the exit. I would say that those verticals are not directly tied to an ambulance performance contract. We could certainly develop things independently, but when you have a working relationship with an organization, you can leverage those resources, you can build out models more efficiently and effectively. Trying to silo EMS systems is extremely problematic, especially when you run out of resources or the system gets strained. You have to ensure that you have additional ambulance resources available. You want programs built in. We can have the discussion. And even ironically, our organization backs up other providers where we're not contracted with, either whether it's public or private, on a daily basis. So that's the reason why you don't want to silo out a system, so you don't lose the ability to have the flux in the resources, and two, don't lose your ability to see what another organization can offer. We're just not an ambulance provider. We've said it from day one. We're a healthcare organization and a healthcare company. And if we don't innovate and do things differently, we would wind up, in essence, very much like rural Metro and other ambulance providers around the country have experienced through COVID-19. It's because of the diversity in our organization that gives us strength and value-added differentiators to many communities like yourselves when you're looking and providing enhanced services.
And if you might indulge me just one more second. Mayor, I have a question that maybe the Dorm Policy Group would be best suited to answer, but my understanding is that some years ago there was some debate down at the legislature over a bill that would have allowed some inter-facility transfer, or excuse me, some transfers of patients to other facilities other than, an emergency room, and it was in fact, the cities and towns that predominantly oppose those efforts. I don't know if there's a better expert in the audience to kind of give some background on that.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Gedges, I would need a little more background. I'm not necessarily familiar with that. There has been legislation run by other healthcare entities and people trying to get certificates. If there's a specific bill, I'd be happy to follow up with you and answer that and provide some context. But in a broad sense, nothing that I'm aware of that was opposed directly by cities and towns related to alternate destination.
Thank you. In the interest of fairness, are we done?
Mayor, I have some questions, but I just kind of keeping in sequence over here.
We'll bring it back to all the council so you have an opportunity. But
Mayor, I have a question for
sure.
staff. Will we have time for that, or is this the time for questions for staff? I don't have any questions for AMR right now.
Yes, if we're done with AMR, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll be here happy to address and continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to your question, let me ask one quick question of Patrick. There was an assertion made that we've got plenty of time on this. Patrick, could you address that and the timing on this?
Yeah, Mayor Anderson, members of the council, and I'd also ask Chief Joe Bush if he would like to chime in. We have a renewal of our CON that's coming up early spring of next year, and it is our understanding we need to operationalize our CON in order to have the best chance of retaining that. And the only way to do that is to expand our ambulance service within our community to make sure that we have that ability to answer the calls regardless of the circumstances that may happen with private sector partners or things within the region. And that is what put us down this path to begin with. There's about a 12-month lead time on the order of ambulances, so we are already behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and creating the urgency around that order. But I think I'd like to ask Chief Joe Bush to provide any additional detail or specifics that I may not have covered there.
Patrick, you covered it pretty well. Mayor and Council, the one thing I would add is that as long as we're not providing the service, these CON's at risk. And one of the issues that popped up when we were addressing or trying to implement a continuing contract with AMR was that DHS took issue with the fact that we were a CON holder subcontracting our CON to AMR. And they rejected our contract initially on that. And it wasn't until they realized that they had mistakenly done the same thing for somebody else that they reversed course and allowed us to move forward with the contract. But in follow-up discussions, that issue still hangs out there because new leadership comes into DHS, there's a change in the rule. Unless we're providing the service to our citizens, there will always be the risk of somebody protesting that CON or us having to renew a fight over it, which could be very expensive and time-consuming. So that is the issue that exists with the CON as one of the issues that we're addressing with this proposal.
Councilmember September.
Mayor Anderson, can I just speak to that point? I had a conversation with DHS today, and I wanted to verify some of that. Here's what I learned that I think is important for us to know. Number one, before we called, they looked at our status, and we are in very good standing with Department of Health, our CON specifically. We're in compliance. It's in good standing. We don't have any bad marks. The reason we are is because Chief's done a good job. We do have one ambulance in service, right? And that is because we have that CON. So we have been running ambulance service, and we can continue to run that one, and our CON is in good standing. And that actually matters for this next point, which is if we wanted to renew it, and specifically the date is February 13th, when our current CON expires. It's a renewal, and those are 3-year terms. So I asked him, I said, what's the renewal process? What does that look like? And he says, well, because your certificate of necessity is in very good standing and you don't have any issues on it, it's simply about a 2 to 3 page application and $50 by December. And he says, usually we just need 3 to 4 weeks to look at it. And he says, I don't see any issues of that getting quickly renewed for another 3 years. The first year CON is always 1 year, and then the renewal periods are 3 years. So maybe in the past there was all these risks and threats and things like that that we're hearing from Patrick and Jim, but from the Department of Health today, they said it really wasn't that big of a deal because we've actually had an operating ambulance and we're in very good standing. So if we wanted to get more time to do better analysis, I don't think we should feel like we have this pressure here because there's this time bomb, because the Department of Health certainly doesn't feel that way as well for Gilbert. So I wanted to clarify that, Mayor.
Were they willing to put that in writing to you?
Yeah, I bet you they would. I mean, it's really just the process and the performance of our CON. And I'd be happy to share the contact information if you want to have it with anybody on council, if anybody would like to share. Rob Board did help me out with that connection, if any of you want to follow up there.
Mayor, if I could, this is a good example of one of the issues I'm talking about. We hear one thing in March, we hear another thing in August. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that is part of the confusing part for us. That's what causes us angst, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen from period to period, because we do hear multiple things. We hear, yes, we're in good standing, but you're also at risk because you're not providing the service and you're trying to subcontract or whatever other reason. So Tiffany can certainly answer the specifics about the CON process if you'd like, but I did want to add that is part of what we're trying to address through this process. Thank you.
Well, and to that point, Mayor, is the renewal process, and maybe Chris knows this as well, laid out in statute. So not really a matter of who's warming the seats within DHS, but following applicable laws for renewals of CONs.
Mayor, I can comment about that also. And Councilman Taylor, I'm assuming, did you talk with Ethan over there? Okay. So the person that you're talking to is the person that prior to the budget meeting that I spent several hours talking to. And that particular statement, whereas the application process, I understand that that's something where he said $50 is a couple pages, it goes out. But that last statement is completely contrary to what I was advised a couple months ago. So that's a little concerning with regard to the CON. I am curious from Tiffany if she has comments about the CON process and how that works out. I can talk probably about 30 minutes on CONs. Spent a lot of time studying this, but I'd like to hear from Tiffany if there's something she can elaborate.
Save the comments here in a few minutes. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The CON renewal process, they do simplify it and state that it is as easy as submitting a 3-page application. But with that being said, the submittal of the application just initiates the process for renewal. Submitting an application to the Department of Health Services does not in any way, shape, or form guarantee that Gilbert Fire and Rescue Department will receive a renewal for their CON. When the application and the fees are submitted, this initiates a very lengthy review process by the Bureau. During that time, they review response time data, and they also review that there is still a need for the town of Gilbert and Gilbert Fire and Rescue Department to continue to deliver those services. I did have the opportunity to assist Tempe Fire Medical and Rescue with their CON renewal 2 years ago. And after we submitted that, we received numerous requests from the Bureau for information regarding the need for the city of Tempe to continue to operate in addition to AMR in that CON area. So again, I would like to really reiterate that the application itself is 3 pages with a $50 fee, but that begins the process of the CON renewal. It does not guarantee that we will automatically receive that renewal. Thank you.
And to that point, I think we have somebody who used to work for DHS. Todd, if you want to provide any clarity on that, it might be helpful if Mayor's amenable.
No, I'm not at this point.
Getting
I want to
late,
bring
we're
the
all getting a little
discussion back
grumpy.
to the council.
Mayor, if I may, the point may be moot because whether we stay with AMR or not, we have to renew the CON.
Some
So,
point.
you know, how long the cycle time is, I don't know. We're going to have to renew it either way, so it might be a moot point.
I'd like to get back to Councilmember September, who originally had a question.
Yeah, Chief Joe Bush or Chief Badgett, AMR stated that they didn't really have a good understanding that they weren't performing well for the town. So besides the monthly response time reports that you shared with us and that were probably shared with AMR, what other communications did you have? How would you characterize your communications with them to let them know that you were dissatisfied with some level or levels of their performance over the last few months or years?
Part of our contract does have a conflict resolution package. And if it's an employee-based concern or a performance of a crew concern, it's handled through that. And those are submitted through the lowest level possible to achieve the desired result. So if it could be a captain conversation with the crew, that would happen. If it got escalated to a BC, then they would reach out to that level in AMR. And so those type of issues are always handled. Rarely do I get involved. It takes a very significant event. So I would reach out. Again, this would be I think it'll be my 4th AMR employee that I reach out to in the 4 or 5 years that we've been doing this. So I think that might be where some of the confusion is lying, in that not where it's laying, in that there has been multiple conversations over the course of the 5 years, but it's been 4 different people who've committed to certain aspects of that process. And there seems to be changes to what the agreements were or what the commitments were. Addition though, but the biggest one is the monthly compliance reports. We send them the compliance numbers before the meeting so that they can audit and verify and challenge any of our numbers. Then we meet face to face and we go over those numbers. Part of that process is Code 3 compliance. I'm a little bit surprised that there was a statement that there was no evidence or that we had never raised the issue of Code 3 compliance in Gilbert. That is addressed at the monthly meetings. So that's the issue. The other issue, like today when we found out that we have our fire stations at risk, that obviously reached my level, and I immediately contacted our HR department who manages this. AMR has a policy that they wrote and let us review that states that they are 100% responsible within 24 hours of notifying us so that we can deactivate the badge. So my concern is that what I heard tonight was, well, they just told us today. Well, had we not told them today, how many badges would be in the public tomorrow and the next day? So those are the level of issues that I would address with AMR. The compliance piece, though, those are almost entirely handled on a month-to-month basis, face-to-face. Well, I think we're doing them by teams at the moment. But that's where those come in. Issues related to performance, complaints from the public, those are handled through the conflict resolution policy, which is part of an attachment in our contract. Does that answer your question, sir?
It helps. Thank you very much. Tiffany, you came from the city of Tempe, and I know some cities have like a hybrid model that AMR talked about, where both the town or city has units or ambulances, and then so does the private company. Did Tempe have something like that, or no?
Mayor, Councilmember September, yes. When I worked with Tempe Fire Medical Rescue, they did have what we call a joint hybrid model deployment in that system. When we initially started operations, there were 2 City of Tempe ambulances in service, and AMR left 4 units in the system. The way that that contract was laid out was essentially that for every 1 unit that Tempe put into place, AMR was able to either downgrade one to a BLS level of care or remove one from the system entirely. With that being said, there were a lot of complex issues that came out of that type of deployment that were not favorable for the patients and response times. There were times where, like in Gilbert, you see dedicated 911 resources being utilized for interfacility. That happened in Tempe as well in my experience. I would like to also bring the example of Superstition Fire Medical Rescue. They also attempted to do a joint deployment model with AMR, but when the financial component became unfavorable to AMR, they opted to leave Superstition's district area and enter into a backup agreement at that time, leaving Superstition kind of scrambling for resources to get the rest of their ambulance in service in an expedited fashion. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, one last question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are the problems that Tempe had or Superstition had, was it a function of the contract not being written well enough or clear enough, or was there some other factor that caused the problems, in your opinion?
Councilmember September and Council and Mayor, in my experience in Tempe in particular, the contract language was very clear. For every 1 unit that Tempe Fire put into service, AMR had the ability to remove one from the system. Like I said, at that point in time, we found numerous times that they were utilizing the remainder of their ambulances for calls that were not 911 calls in the city of Tempe. And again, that did put pressure on the city of Tempe to have to augment services and really look at their deployment in an expedited manner. For Superstition Fire, it was a very difficult transition. That happened at the time that AMR had acquired Rural Metro, so there was that transition piece going on, in addition to Superstition Fire starting their own ambulance operation. They attempted to do an ALS-BLS model in the Superstition Fire District, and that proved to be very difficult. AMR at the time did not deploy enough assets to meet their contractual needs, and there was a lot of miscommunication and different interpretations of that contract language that one side thought that they were correct on and Superstition Fire Medical District thought that they were correct on. So it really caused a lot of challenges trying to make sure that the most appropriate ambulance was getting to those patients in their time of need.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. I'd like to bring this back to the council discussion. I'd like to have each council member have an opportunity to discuss the items before us tonight. Let's start with Councilmember Taylor.
Okay. So for me, item number 1 is easy. I support it. I think it makes a lot of sense. Whichever way we go, that one makes sense. I think that's a strong recommendation. 8 and 9 for me are premature. And basically, we're being asked to invest in a new line of service. And if you ask an investor to open up a new business, they ask you for some money to invest, right? You need to have a good business plan. It needs to be bulletproof. It needs to be able to stand up to the scrutiny. One thing that I haven't seen is, number 1, the pro forma that truly is break even. I hear about it, but the last time we heard there was a 5-year break-even point, but they missed out on the $1.2 million subsidy to get it started, number 1. And number 2, the replacement costs for the ambulances once they are out of service. And there's various models that can happen, but it sounds like that's been accommodated, so the break-even point is moving out to 6 to 8 years. Okay. But we still need to see the actual numbers and how it works. I mean, no investor is going to put a new line of service or a new business out there without a good business plan, and we still have yet to see that. I mean, the polling and the popularity of that is somewhat biased relative to the town hall that was done where it was just a bag on AMR session. So it doesn't surprise me what the numbers are, just given the questions and the priming that was happening with the public. Number two is I'm still not convinced, and there's still not a strong case that we're going to get better service and better quality. There's claims and aspirations, which is great. I think that's great. We can all make claims and aspirations. But if we're really here to believe that we're going to go from a very proven entity that's been doing this for decades and go to Gilbert Fire, our own, which has been running one ambulance for a few years, and say that that's going to give us higher quality and better service and it's all going to be that great. There better be better data to back it up. And, you know, it's like Patrick used to say, in God we trust and everybody else bring data. And there just isn't that data, right? For example, like what are the SLAs that we're going to see for the town? And we've talked about higher quality and things like that, but what really are they? And then how are they actually going to back that up? Because they've only been running one ambulance for a couple of years. So we're leaving this proven commodity to an unproven, largely unproven. There's one ambulance, so there's some evidence there. And we're putting the lives and safety of our families and residents into that model. To me, that's incredibly risky, notwithstanding the concerns on the continuing agreement. So just to wrap up my thoughts, I just think it's premature that we commit funds on an unproven, unsubstantiated business model. I like the claims, I like the aspirations. I think Chief's concerns are valid. I mean, there's no question there's been instability in this. And these guys are first-class guys. I mean, they really are. I supported him when Chief DeWitt left. I think he's done a great job. I hear good things all the way. I worked with Bob on some building codes things. I mean, they're great guys. I just think when we're representing the citizens, we just need to have a better business plan to go forward. So that's my recommendation, is to move out 8 and 9 until we see more a substantiated business plan that can mitigate those risks, number one. Number two, what I'd like to see is an RFP and let them fairly compete for that service. There are other providers besides AMR, and if we're truly going to get the best for our residents, remember what we're getting right now is $300,000 annually in revenue from this contract. If we go to what we're hearing today, we're not even going to break even till 6 to 8 years. So we're going to be losing hundreds of thousands of dollars or subsidizing it over 6 to 8 years, even if we break even then. And we haven't even seen a good pro forma to show that. So we're going from a big plus with a proven partner to a financial loss with uncertain quality and an unproven partner. That's the way I see this, Mayor. So that's why I think it's wise to push out 8 and 9. It's not the end of the world. We're going to need to renew that CON either way we go. So we should get that rolling anyways, and just continue to do our due diligence. I think we owe that to our residents. So Mayor, thank you for the time, and I'm looking forward to hearing other council members' thoughts.
Thank you. Council Member September.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had a conversation in May with some of the AMR folks that are here today and a couple other people from the Dorn Policy Group. And one of the questions I asked as a new council member at the time was, who are your competitors in the marketplace? And I was told, we don't have any. In scope and size, we are the largest provider of ambulance services, and there's really nobody that could compete with us in this marketplace for Gilbert. So that was the answer I got at the time, and I've looked online and I've looked at some other ambulance services, and there are other ambulance services out there, but there is nobody really with that same size and scale. This is one of, and I think the free market competition is that the free market is always going to provide the best results, but AMR is not. They're more of a monopoly, and they're a regulated monopoly. But I just don't know that we're going to get the best results from a regulated monopoly. And I feel there's a lot of inherent risks in allowing our CON to potentially expire with the unknown conditions from the state DHS, the different responses we're getting from them when different people ask, what's the process to renew this? Police, fire, ambulance, these are the most important services that any jurisdiction can offer their citizens. And I feel like adding ambulance service to Gilbert Fire and Rescue is one of the best ways that we can effectively manage the key performance indicators and insulate our citizens from potentially poor service or interruptions in service. Those are my thoughts on this, and thank you for letting me share that, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaprowski.
There's been a lot of great information provided today and in the past months. For me, when I look at this decision and hear all of the comments, I really don't like to see such a division and a fight between AMR and Gilbert. AMR provides a much needed service for this region and for our town. However, when I look at this, I want to look and focus at the service and the outcome for our Gilbert residents. I trust that the town is a very sophisticated and efficient agency, including our Gilbert Fire and Rescue Department. I believe that our local department can provide the same or better quality of service at a lower cost to our residents and protect that certificate of necessity for the town. I'll be supporting Gilbert Fire and Rescue, but do recognize that to me, this is not two organizations against each other. This is simply a choice to provide a good service for our residents and making sure that we keep them in mind in their most important time of need. For all my comments, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tilke.
First of all, if my voice shakes, it's because I think they put the new kid under the air conditioning vent. I'm not sure, but I'm about to get in the fetal position up here in a minute, so I will bring my blanket from now on. Thank you, by the way, for being here and providing all the information. And my first comment is I really feel at a disadvantage. It's my first meeting. I've been drinking through a fire hose for the last week, trying to get caught up on everything. And so here I am. Oh, thanks. I'll get to that in a second. So my first reaction is to number one on the agenda, and that's the contract. And what I'm hearing is a lot of pointing fingers back and forth, and it's a very uncomfortable position to be in from a council perspective. And again, I'm coming in late to the game. I don't know what happened before I got here. So my concern with the contract is the contract's written the way it was written before, so what's going to change as far as the communication and all of that? So I'm hoping that I outlined a few items that came up over and over again that I don't know, and I'll look at Chris because I don't know if it's a contract thing, if I look at you, if I look at Chief, I don't know who I look at. So 11 districts that were outlined, obviously that's a very important portion of reporting that Gilbert finds important. I don't see that listed in the contract. I don't know if it can be, if that's something that we talk about so that we better understand the actual response times to varying portions of our community. And based on that data, we can better decide if we need additional ambulance unit, designated, or again, I'm coming in so late, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but it does feel like that's a portion that's missing in the contract because it's very broad from the region perspective. Wondering if there is a way to have quarterly reports so that we know that the communication is going back and forth the way it should be from both sides, and that we understand what that communication is. And that's not written in the contract, so again, I don't know how to address that. The training piece, I don't know, it sounds like we're close, but we're not there, and I'd like to better understand that. So maybe that's part of the quarterly reporting back to the council. Typically, I would say I wouldn't want the council to be involved in every contract that we have in the town of Gilbert, but this is a big deal, and we are talking about lives, and for whatever reason, we're not able to do it together without an oversight, so perhaps that's our role. So saying that, I'm hoping we can look at how that can be incorporated, whether it's formally or not. So that's on the number one. On 8 and 9, I know I only got a couple times to pull the new kid card, but I didn't talk to anybody because I didn't know who they talked to, and I don't want to be in violation of anything. So I took some time and talked to council members that have been involved in this previously, and with all the changes this past year. And so one of the things I am concerned about is I don't think everybody understood clearly that we were moving towards an ambulance service for the town of Gilbert. I'm not saying that we don't need an ambulance service. I'm just saying I'm not sure that they understood that. And I would like to make sure that in the future, when we have items like this, that as a council, when we're making these decisions, that we all clearly understand what we're saying. And perhaps that wasn't done this time. And I don't know. I don't have access to that information. So there were some council members that felt very clearly that council gave direction for us to move in this fashion towards providing ambulance service, and that everybody understood that. So I know I'm rambling a bit, but I'm just trying to catch up. And so I am going to keep listening to everybody before I put my cards on the table this time, I guess. But I just think that those things are really important, that we don't ever want our citizens to feel like we pulled one over on them. And at the same time, I know so much work has gone into it already, and the town wouldn't have spent that time putting all that work into it if they didn't feel they had direction. So again, I feel at a loss just from coming in so late. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Yentes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for allowing the time tonight to have a little bit more of a robust conversation, something that I think has been lacking in this particular policy. I know it's been mentioned several times now that we have a regulated monopoly, whether that's AMR, whether that's provided by the public. Yes, that's true. I would invite anybody on the dais here, anybody within our legislative team, anybody within the organization who wants to go down to the Capitol with me and talk CON reform and make this open to more competition, welcome to that. Yes, it's a regulated monopoly, whether the private entity is the provider or whether the public one is. I do want to point out that as we discussed previously on an item about resolutions for the League of Cities and Towns, reading through that information, one of the resolutions that didn't quite make it through the committee process was proposed by the city of Kingman. And they were advocating that the League and cities like ours that are members go down to the legislature and advocate to allow a secondary property tax specifically for emergency services. I bring that up because I think it's important to note where I think this is headed. Do I think that our fire department can eventually provide a service that is equal or competitive with the quality? Yes. As I think has been dispelled tonight, there is no such thing as 100% response time. So whether AMR is the one who is providing 98% responses, or whether it's the town of Gilbert, I think it's important to know at what cost. And I really think that this discussion has lacked an objective analysis of what the cost of the services versus the quality versus the risk that the community takes on. Risk from a health perspective, risk from a taxpayer perspective. All of those metrics are what I think is what should be weighed when we're making policy decisions. So we've heard
the department say that, this isn't going to require a tax increase. I'm very skeptical that in the future that won't be the case, and that's evidenced by cities within Arizona who have in the past and who are currently trying to advocate to do just that, so that they can maintain their services and recover those costs. I'm excited about some of the innovations that I heard from our current provider about healthcare. I do think that this is premature from the standpoint of I want to see where some of these services go, and if we close ourselves out to some of those opportunities, I think we're going to be investing millions of dollars into a giant apparatus to provide this service, and ultimately with no incentive to kind of provide alternative solutions in this healthcare space. And this is a healthcare space. And I think that's a disservice to our community. Especially under COVID situations, I think what we're seeing is super rapid evolvement in how the healthcare industry delivers its services to consumers. And I want to see what those innovations look like, and I don't want to dampen those because I do think that they're going to provide better outcomes for patients in the long run, and I think they're going to be delivered at a much better cost to consumers. I would hate for Gilbert to pass up those opportunities. I also believe that these, specifically items 8 and 9, we should be looking at that in conjunction with a backup agreement. I still don't know where we are on one of those. I'm concerned about that because this is an area of ensuring that we're providing this service and filling gaps. And until we have a guaranteed backup service, whether that's AMR providing it, I think this is risky to do that. Lastly, I'll say that if it is the will of the council to move in this direction, I think we should highly consider a citizens oversight committee of this. We have kind of a check and balance already set up within the way that we manage a private contract, where we're reviewing this information. There's kind of a due process and I think it was just described, where each entity is able to look at these response times and be able to dissect them, determine if some of them fall within the compliance or not, based upon the specific situations. And I think it would be wise for us to also be looking at that process from an internal standpoint, so that we don't just have the information that the department provides, but we have another layer of accountability that we can see in that direction, whether we're making good on those promises, whether that quality is really representative of what the intentions were. And so with that, I'll be supporting item 1, but I do think that we should continue items 8 and 9 for 60 days and keep having this conversation, because this is probably the first time we've really actually been able to dig into this policy. And I think that's a disservice to ourselves, and it's a disservice to taxpayers.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start out by thank you to Dorm Policy Group, Mayor AMR, showing up tonight. I've been talking with you guys for, I can't tell you how many hours of conversation I've had with the group over here over the last several months, and I do appreciate you spending the time to answer a lot of questions. Also, on Councilmember Yentez's invitation to get involved with the policy, I don't know, Councilmember Taylor, if Ethan or Kat, the deputy director over there, they are coming up with a CON process committee. I'm not quite sure exactly what they're calling it, but they are asking for inputs, and something I do intend to be involved with is in the development of a very, very outdated CON process, because I think it hasn't been updated for about 20 years. There's a phrase I'm going to start out with that I just want to put in your minds while I talk with a couple of the facts here. Enforceable standard of service and actionable relief. The question is, do we have proof in concept? Do we have something that tells us that this process will work, and what's our guarantee of service? The first thing I want to point out are the actual CONs for AMR and the actual CONs for the town of Gilbert. And the first thing that kind of comes out, town of Gilbert serves the town of Gilbert, only the town of Gilbert. Response times of 8 minutes, 59 seconds, 90% of the time. AMR's CON is essentially the entirety of Maricopa County, which is what they are held accountable to Maricopa County for their service. And their statement of services, or their response times, as required by Department of Health Services, is 10 minutes, 80% of the time on all ambulance calls. And it goes into 15 minutes, 90% of the time, several different numbers over here. But when we talk about a guarantee of service, really the guarantee of service is right here in the contracts, or the contracts, the paperwork that matters the most. Gilbert put their money where their mouth is and said, this is what we're going to do, and if we don't do this, we are held in non-compliance from Department of Health Services, and then the CON is then jeopardized. We talk about the contract that we're getting ready to approve today. I'm actually in support of the contract. But regardless of what we have in a contract, the contract can be breached. It doesn't take care of the words actionable relief. If we do not adhere to the contract that we negotiate tonight, until the limits of the CON are violated, we do not have any actionable relief. We cannot go out and find another ambulance service provider because you are, from the Department of Health Services, meeting the requirements that you're supposed to by the county. You're not meeting our requirements, and there's civil litigation that comes out from that. This is something that I talked about before. I would hate in 3 or 4 months after we go through this process and we have the contract and the contract is breached and say, well, you know what, we can't meet that contract. There's probably going to be some settlement out of there, but the fact remains that even under that situation, the CON that we have with Maricopa County is still valid, and we still cannot go out and get our own CON once this goes away. To date, there has never, ever been a CON reissued once a CON is lost in Maricopa County. Never. That's disturbing to me because we talk about how easy the CON process is, and in fact, it really isn't easy. Now, there was a letter that we talked about from AMR, and I appreciate, several of the misconceptions in there weren't issues that were impactful in the questions that I was asking, with some exception. Tiffany, I wanted to bring up, your input on the city of Tempe. I did reach out to about a dozen municipalities, both locally and nationally. St. Louis was a great conversation. So was Kentucky with the accent. But I did reach out to about a dozen municipalities to ask how this worked out. Tiffany, with the Tempe results out there, congratulations over there. I don't know if you saw what their 2019 numbers were. We were talking about whether we have a business model that supports this plan. Tempe, this last year, 2019, $772,630 that they profited off the model that we're kind of going into this with. They joined Anthem with $838,000. They joined Peoria with $595,000. Sun City, $634,000. And this was great because I looked up Sun City off the letter that AMR provided to us about there are other providers out there that are willing to, that have the CONs and are offering service. What I thought was interesting about Sun City, keep in mind the median age of Sun City is 75 years old. So they have, their response times are 5 minutes or less on 40% of the ambulance calls, 8 minutes or less on 85% of the ambulance calls. And then they go into the 10 minutes, 95% of the time. I'll tell you, if you're sick, if you're on 911 service, Sun City's the place to be. They have got some very, very aggressive response times. And so what I thought was interesting is that even with those response times, we would think that there's a cost associated with that. Sun City shows a $634,000 profit. So I'm not sure, and I believe the last numbers that I saw, I know that the Department of Health Services did an independent assessment of our CON that showed at least a revenue neutral. I think the number was about $80,000 to $82,000 of what they expected based on our CON and the response times of the business model that we presented to them. Chief Jobish, I think the last number I heard out of your organization with the sharpened pencil, somewhere in the area of about $500,000 is that about what we're anticipating? So I think that whereas we don't run this particular service as a profit for the town, we run this as a gold level, we said white glove, standard of service to our residents. I agree that there's no way that we can have 100%, but I also firmly believe that creating a process that allows for us, especially locally, to strive for 100%. I didn't get a chance to ask some of the questions I want to ask, and I talked at length several weeks ago about all the ins and outs of the CONs and whatnot. One of the great things about being in office is that you end up serendipitously things happen, and I had a chance to talk with my little brother, and it was kind of interesting. We talked about my father, and for those who aren't aware of it, my father died in the back of an ambulance of a cardiac condition 3 years ago in Chandler. In that situation, as I said at the last council meeting that I brought this up, it was not in any way do I believe it to be a negligent issue whatsoever. We did find out after the fact when I started talking about how this all happened. It was actually a little bit of a handoff issue between interfacility transfers and 911 calls. He was at an aftercare facility, cardiac condition. Was it interfacility or was it 911? I don't know. But the fact of the matter, like Councilmember Taylor said, this isn't about good enough. This is about getting it perfect. And if we can't get it perfect, we should have a process in place that allows for us to get it perfect. And if we have voids in the process, if we have a problem, that we have a mechanism in place to be able to take this on and fix the problem. For me, biggest thing that I keep coming back to is where did we put our money, and are we talking the talk? The town of Gilbert is guaranteeing 8 minutes, 59 seconds, 90% of the time on a CON, or we lose our CON. Regardless of the contract, AMR is guaranteeing Maricopa County 80% of the time in 10 minutes. It's not to say that AMR service is substandard. I just think that based on everything that I have searched for months in this project, and I have ferreted out everything from response times, conversations with all of you, conversations with DHS, now that several of us had a chance to talk to the same people that I've talked to. It's a more responsive service, it's a cheaper service, and I think it's a service that Gilbert deserves. So with that, I intend to support both item 1 and the purchase of the ambulances. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I wanted to make sure that tonight was fair, and I think we've had a fair and good discussion on this. I don't want to hear about how we didn't have a fair discussion about our future and going into whether or not we'd be going into this service. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, council members, for discussing this. As I said, I'll be very brief. My feeling about not just this, but about many items that come up in local government is that we as a council are the guardian of the public trust in Gilbert. Our responsibility is to serve and keep the public safe. And in other words, we are delegated through the Constitution to protect the health, safety, and welfare of this community. And I believe, like many of you others on the council, that there are certain services that are better provided through the private sector than through the public sector. That's a known fact. There are some things that can be run better for profit than not profit. They can do it more efficiently and more cost effectively. However, when that is being done with a local government, when there's a partnership between a private entity and the local government is basically delegating through that service the public trust to that organization or to that service. In other words, local government is trusting the welfare, the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens to that provider. And I frankly have a very difficult time. Councilmember Taylor talked about data. This is a lot of data that seems to be ignored. That in delegating this public trust has been at this point, I feel like it's been violated because of what we have in the data that's shown over the last 4 years on the response times. I know that we're talking seconds sometimes, but it's important to realize that seconds matter when lives are at stake. And I want to make sure that we're living within the parameters to save lives, because we do have that responsibility in our community to keep our citizens safe. And I don't feel like that can always be delegated. And when it is delegated, it should be done rarely and monitored very closely. I do like the idea of monitoring this very closely, whether it's through a citizen group of some kind or, quarterly reports like you were talking about. That's something I think could certainly be accommodated, and we can discuss that a little bit more. But that's really all. My bottom line is that I feel too strongly about the trust that we're given in representing this community, and I think that they have that trust in us because we make the decisions that up to this point have been strong and have supported them. So I will be supporting these items tonight also. With that, I'd entertain a motion. Let's do these separately. I'd entertain a motion on item number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. Please vote. That passes 7-0. Item number 8, the purchase of the ambulances.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this for the soonest meeting in October.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to continue to the earliest meeting in October. Please vote. That motion fails 3-4. Is there another motion?
Move to approve item number 9, or item number 8, please.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. That motion passes 5-2. Item 9, purchase of the gurneys.
I move to also continue this item until October.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote. Motion fails 2-5. Is there another motion?
I'll move to approve item number 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote. Motion passes 5-2. Thank you all for the vigorous discussion tonight. And as I said, I think there's room for talking a little bit more about oversight, and we need to talk about that some more. Do that. Remaining items on the council agenda, item number 18. Are there any reports from boards, commissions, and committees from our liaisons?
Briefly, Mayor, just on the subcommittee for the CARES Act, if this is appropriate time. Yes.
Sure.
So we've had 2 meetings, and we have another one on Thursday. Would hope that some of the other council members tune into it because although, because of open meeting laws, we can't have additional conversations. There would be your feedback, especially our newest member, would be welcome since this Thursday we'll be talking about
predominantly where some of these CARES Act monies are going to benefit the business community. So I would just suggest that if you have some ideas, even if you're not on the subcommittee, please reach out to the appropriate team members and stay tuned. I think we'll have a lot of more good recommendations coming to the council soon.
Thank you for your work on that. Any other reports? Policy items, there are none. Future meetings, be sure and fill out a request form if you're interested in that. Report from the town manager on current events.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just one tonight, not to put one of my coworkers on the spot, but Chevelle, our deputy clerk, has earned her Master Municipal Clerk certification, and she's also completed the Municipal Public Manager program at ASU. So we congratulate her on 2 great achievements, and that puts her in relatively rare air in regards to clerks in the state of Arizona.
Congratulations, Chevelle. Report from the council on current events. Reports. On my part, I'm glad I got through this meeting. Thank you. If there's no other discussion, we're adjourned.